chapter I a summons in the night. It all seemed so real that I could hardly imagine that it had ever occurred before. And yet, each episode came, not as a fresh step in the logic of things, but as something expected. It is in such a wise that memory plays its pranks for good or ill, for pleasure or pain, for weal or woe. It is thus that life is bittersweet, and that which has been done becomes eternal. Again the light skiff, ceasing to shoot through the lazy water, as when the oars flashed and dripped, glided out of the fierce July sunlight into the cool shade of the great drooping willow branches. I standing up in the swaying boat, she sitting still, and with deft fingers guarding herself from stray twigs, or the freedom of the resilience of moving boughs. Again, the water looked golden brown under the canopy of translucent green, and the grassy bank was of emerald hue. Again we sat in the cool shade, with the myriad noises of nature both without and within our bower, merging into that drowsy hum in whose sufficing environment the great world with its disturbing trouble and its more disturbing joys can be effectually forgotten. Again, in that blissful solitude, the young girl lost the convention of her prim, narrow upbringing, and told me in a natural, dreamy way of the loneliness of her new life. With an undertone of sadness, she made me feel how in that spacious home each one of the household was isolated by the personal magnificence of her father and herself, that their confidence had no altar and sympathy no shrine, and that there even her father's face was as distant as the old country life seemed now. Once more, the wisdom of my manhood and the experience of my years laid themselves at the girl's feet. It was seemingly their own doing. For the individual, I had no say in the matter, but only just obeyed imperative orders. And once again, the flying seconds multiplied themselves endlessly. For it is in the arcana of dreams that existences merge and renew themselves, chain, and yet keep the same, like the soul of a musician in a fugue. And so memory swooned again and again in sleep. It seems that there is never to be any perfect rest. Even in Eden, the snake rears its head among the laden boughs of the tree of knowledge. The silence of the dreamless night is broken by the roar of the avalanche, the hissing of sudden floods, the clanging of the engine bell marking its sweep through a sleeping American town, the clanking of distant paddles over the sea. Whatever it is breaking the charm of my Eden, the canopy of greenery above us, starred with diamond points of light, seems to quiver in the ceaseless beat of paddles. and the restless bell seems as though it would never cease. All at once, the gates of sleep were thrown wide open, and my waking ears took in the cause of the disturbing sounds. Waking existence is prosaic enough. There was somebody knocking and ringing at someone's street door. I was pretty well accustomed in my German street chambers to passing sounds. Usually I did not concern myself, sleeping or waking, with the doings, however noisy, of my neighbors. But this noise was too continuous, too insistent, too imperative to be ignored. There was some active intelligence behind that ceaseless sound, and some stress or need behind the intelligence. I was not altogether selfish, and at the thought of someone's need I was, without premeditation, out of bed. Instinctively, I looked at my watch. It was just 3 o'clock. There was a faint edging of gray round the green blind, which darkened my room. It was evident that the knocking and ringing were at the door of our own house, and it was evident, too, that there was no one awake to answer the call. I slipped on my dressing gown and slippers and went down to the hall door. When I opened it, there stood a dapper groom, with one hand pressed unflinchingly on the electric bell, whilst with the other he raised a ceaseless clangor with the knocker. The instant he saw me the noise ceased. One hand went up instinctively to the brim of his hat, and the other produced a letter from his pocket. A neat brougham was opposite the door. The horses were breathing heavily, as though they had come fast. A policeman, with his night lantern still alight at his belt, stood by, attracted to the spot by the noise. "Beg pardon, sir. I'm sorry for disturbing you, but my orders was imperative. I was not to lose a moment, but to knock and ring till someone came. May I ask you, sir, if Mr. Malcolm Ross lives here?" "I am Mr. Malcolm Ross." "Then this letter is for you, sir, and the brougham is for you too, sir." I took, with a strange curiosity, the letter which he handed to me. As a barrister, I had had, of course, odd experiences, now and then, including sudden demands upon my time, but never anything like this. I stepped back into the hall, closing the door to, but leaving it ajar. Then I switched on the electric light. The letter was directed in a strange hand, a woman, S. It began at once without "Dear Sir," or any such address. You said you would like to help me if I needed it, and I believe you meant what you said. The time has come sooner than I expected. I am in dreadful trouble, and do not know where to turn, or to whom to apply. An attempt has, I fear, been made to murder my father, though, thank God, he still lives. But he is quite unconscious. The doctors and police have been sent for, but there is no one here whom I can depend on. Come at once if you are able to, and forgive me if you can. I suppose I shall realize later what I have done in asking such a favor, but at present I cannot think. Come at once, Margaret Trelawney. Pain and exultation struggled in my mind as I read, but the mastering thought was that she was in trouble and had called on me. My dreaming of her, then, was not altogether without a cause. I called out to the groom, "Wait, I shall be with you in a minute." Then I flew upstairs. A very few minutes sufficed to wash and dress, and we were soon driving through the streets as fast as the horses could go. It was market morning, and when we got out on Piccadilly, there was an endless stream of carts coming from the west. But for the rest, the roadway was clear, and we went quickly. I had told the groom to come into the brougham with me, so that he could tell me what had happened as we went along. He sat awkwardly, with his hat on his knees as he spoke. "Miss Trelawney, sir, sent a man to tell us to get out a carriage at once. And when we was ready, she come herself and gave me the letter and told Morgan, the coachman, sir, to fly. She said as I was to lose not a second, but to keep knocking till someone come. Yes, I know, you told me. What I want to know is why she sent for me. What happened in the house? I don't quite know myself, sir, except that master was found in his room senseless, with the sheets all bloody, and a wound on his head. He couldn't be waked nohow. 'Twas Miss Trelawney herself as found him. How did she come to find him at such an hour? It was late in the night, I suppose. I don't know, sir. I didn't hear nothing at all of the details. As he could tell me no more, I stopped the carriage for a moment to let him get out on the box. Then I turned the matter over in my mind as I sat alone. There were many things which I could have asked the servant, and for a few moments after he had gone, I was angry with myself for not having used my opportunity. On second thought, however, I was glad the temptation was gone. I felt that it would be more delicate to learn what I wanted to know of Miss Trelawney's surroundings from herself, rather than from her servants. We bowled swiftly along Knightsbridge, the small noise of our well-appointed vehicle sounding hollowly in the morning air. We turned up the Kensington Palace Road and presently stopped opposite a great house on the left-hand side, nearer, so far as I could judge, the Notting Hill than the Kensington end of the avenue. It was a truly fine house, not only with regard to size, but to architecture. Even in the dim gray light of the morning, which tends to diminish the size of things, It looked big. Miss Trelawney met me in the hall. She was not in any way shy. She seemed to rule all around her with a sort of high-bred dominance, all the more remarkable as she was greatly agitated and as pale as snow. In the great hall were several servants, the men standing together near the hall door, and the women clinging together in the further corners and doorways. A police superintendent had been talking to Miss Trelawney. Two men in uniform and one plainclothes man stood near him. As she took my hand impulsively, there was a look of relief in her eyes, and she gave a gentle sigh of relief. Her salutation was simple. "I knew you would come." The clasp of the hand can mean a great deal, even when it is not intended to mean anything especially. Miss Trelawney's hand somehow became lost in my own. It was not that it was a small hand. It was fine and flexible, with long, delicate fingers, a rare and beautiful hand. It was the unconscious self-surrender. And though at the moment I could not dwell on the cause of the thrill which swept me, it came back to me later. She turned and said to the police superintendent, "This is Mr. Malcolm Ross." The police officer saluted as he answered, "I know Mr. Malcolm Ross, miss." Perhaps he will remember I had the honor of working with him in the Brixton coining case. I had not at first glance noticed who it was, my whole attention having been taken with Miss Trelawney. Of course, Superintendent Dolan, I remember very well, I said as we shook hands. I could not but note that the acquaintanceship seemed a relief to Miss Trelawney. There was a certain vague uneasiness in her manner which took my attention. Instinctively, I felt that it would be less embarrassing for her to speak with me alone. So I said to the superintendent, "Perhaps it will be better if Miss Trelawney will see me alone for a few minutes. You, of course, have already heard all she knows, and I shall understand better how things are if I may ask some questions. I will then talk the matter over with you, if I may. I shall be glad to be of what service I can, sir," he answered heartily. Following Miss Trelawney, I moved over to a dainty room which opened from the hall and looked out on the garden at the back of the house. When we had entered and I had closed the door, she said, "I will thank you later for your goodness in coming to me in my trouble. But at present, you can best help me when you know the facts." "Go on," I said. "Tell me all you know and spare no detail, however trivial it may at the present time seem to be." She went on at once. "I was awakened by some sound. I do not know what. I only know that it came through my sleep, for all at once myself awake, with my heart beating wildly, listening anxiously for some sound from my father's room. My room is next father's, and I can often hear him moving about before I fall asleep. He works late at night, sometimes very late indeed, so that when I wake early, as I do occasionally, or in the gray of the dawn, I hear him still moving. I tried once to remonstrate with him about staying up so late, as it cannot be good for him, but I never ventured to repeat the experiment. You know how stern and cold he can be. At least you may remember what I told you about him. And when he is polite in this mood, he is dreadful. When he is angry, I can bear it much better. But when he is slow and deliberate, and the side of his mouth lifts up to show the sharp teeth, I think I feel well. I don't know how. Last night I got up softly and stole to the door, for I really feared to disturb him. There was not any noise of moving, and no kind of cry at all, but there was a queer kind of dragging sound, and a slow, heavy breathing. Oh, it was dreadful waiting there in the dark and the silence, and fearing I did not know what. At last I took my courage at due mains, and turning the handle as softly as I could, I opened the door a tiny bit. It was quite dark within. I could just see the outline of the windows. But in the darkness, the sound of breathing, becoming more distinct, was appalling. As I listened, this continued, but there was no other sound. I pushed the door open all at once. I was afraid to open it slowly. I felt as if there might be some dreadful thing behind it, ready to pounce out on me. Then I switched on the electric light and stepped into the room. I looked first at the bed. The sheets were all crumpled up, so that I knew Father had been in bed. But there was a great dark red patch in the center of the bed, and spreading to the edge of it, that made my heart stand still. As I was gazing at it, the sound of the breathing came across the room, and my eyes followed to it. There was Father on his right side with the other arm under him, just as if his dead body had been thrown there all in a heap. The track of blood went across the room up to the bed, and there was a pool all around him, which looked terribly red and glittering as I bent over to examine him. The place where he lay was right in front of the big safe. He was in his pajamas. The left sleeve was torn, showing his bare arm, and stretched out toward the safe. It looked, oh, so terrible, patched all with blood, and with the flesh torn or cut all around a gold chain bangle on his wrist. I did not know he wore such a thing, and it seemed to give me a new shock of surprise. She paused a moment, and as I wished to relieve her by a moment's divergence of thought, I said, "Oh, that need not surprise you. you will see the most unlikely men wearing bangles. I have seen a judge condemn a man to death, and the wrist of the hand he held up had a gold bangle. She did not seem to heed much the words or the idea. The pause, however, relieved her somewhat, and she went on in a steadier voice. I did not lose a moment in summoning aid, for I feared he might bleed to death. I rang the bell, and then went out and called for help as loudly as I could. In what must have been a very short time, though it seemed an incredibly long one to me, some of the servants came running up, and then others, till the room seemed full of staring eyes and disheveled hair and night clothes of all sorts. We lifted father on a sofa, and the housekeeper, Mrs. Grant, who seemed to have her wits about her more than any of us, began to look where the flow of blood came from. In a few seconds, it became apparent that it came from the arm which was bare. There was a deep wound, not clean cut as with a knife, but like a jagged rent or tear close to the wrist, which seemed to have cut into the vein. Mrs. Grant tied a handkerchief round the cut and screwed it up tight with a silver paper cutter, and the flow of blood seemed to be checked at once. By this time I had come to my senses, or such of them as remained, and I sent off one man for the doctor and another for the police. When they had gone, I felt that, except for the servants, I was all alone in the house, and that I knew nothing of my father or anything else, and a great longing came to me to have someone with me who could help me. Then I thought of you and your kind offer in the boat under the willow tree, and without waiting to think, I told the men to get a carriage ready at once, and I scribbled a note and sent it on to you. She paused. I did not like to say just then anything of how I felt. I looked at her. I think she understood, for her eyes were raised to mine for a moment and then fell, leaving her cheeks as red as peony roses. With a manifest effort, she went on with her story. The doctor was with us in an incredibly short time. The groom had met him letting himself into his house with his latchkey, and he came here running. He made a proper tourniquet for poor father's arm, and then went home to get some appliances. I dare say he will be back almost immediately. Then a policeman came and sent a message to the station, and very soon the superintendent was here. Then you came. There was a long pause, and I ventured to take her hand for an instant. Without a word more, we opened the door and joined the superintendent in the hall. He hurried up to us, saying as he came, I have been examining everything myself, and have sent off a message to Scotland Yard. You see, Mr. Ross. There seemed so much that was odd about the case that I thought we had better have the best man of the criminal investigation department that we could get. So I sent a note asking to have Sergeant Daw sent at once. You remember him, sir, in that American poisoning case at Hoxton. Oh yes, I said. I remember him well in that and other cases, for I have benefited several times by his skill and acumen. He has a mind that works as truly as any that I know. When I have been for the defense and believed my man was innocent, I was glad to have him against us. That is high praise, sir, said the superintendent, gratified. I am glad you approve of my choice, that I did well in sending for him. I answered heartily, could not be better. I do not doubt that between you we shall get at the facts, and what lies behind them. We ascended to Mr. Trelawney's room, where we found everything exactly as his daughter had described. There came a ring at the house bell, and a minute later a man was shown into the room. A young man with aquiline features, keen gray eyes, and a forehead that stood out square and broad as that of a thinker. In his hand he had a black bag which he had once opened. Miss Trelawney introduced us. Dr. Winchester, Mr. Ross, Superintendent Dolan. We bowed mutually, and he, without a moment's delay, began his work. We all waited and eagerly watched him as he proceeded to dress the wound. As he went on, he turned now and again to call the superintendent's attention to some point about the wound, the latter proceeding to enter the fact at once in his notebook. See, several parallel cuts or scratches beginning on the left side of the wrist, and in some places endangering the radial artery. These small wounds here, deep and jagged, seem as if made with a blunt instrument. This, in particular, would seem as if made with some kind of sharp wedge. The flesh round it seems torn, as if with lateral pressure. Turning to Miss Trelawney, he said presently, "Do you think we might remove this bangle? It is not absolutely necessary, as it will fall lower on the wrist where it can hang loosely, but it might add to the patient's comfort later on." The poor girl flushed deeply as she answered in a low voice, "I do not know. I have only recently come to live with my father, and I know so little of his life or his ideas that I fear I can hardly judge in such a matter." The doctor, after a keen glance at her, said in a very kindly way, "Forgive me, I did not know, but in any case you need not be distressed. It is not required at present to move it. Were it so, should do so at once on my own responsibility. If it be necessary later on, we can easily remove it with a file. Your father doubtless has some object in keeping it as it is. See, there is a tiny key attached to it. As he was speaking, he stopped and bent lower, taking from my hand the candle which I held and lowering it till its light fell on the bangle. Then motioning me to hold the candle in the same position, he took from his pocket a magnifying glass which he adjusted. When he had made a careful examination, he stood up and handed the magnifying glass to Dahlin, saying as he did so, "You had better examine it yourself. That is no ordinary bangle. The gold is wrought over triple steel links. See where it is worn away. It is manifestly not meant to be removed lightly, and it would need more than an ordinary file to do it." The superintendent bent his great body, but not getting close enough, that way knelt down by the sofa as the doctor had done. He examined the bangle minutely, turning it slowly round so that no particle of it escaped observation. Then he stood up and handed the magnifying glass to me. "When you have examined it yourself," he said, "let the lady look at it if she will." And he commenced to write at length in his notebook. I made a simple alteration in his suggestion. I held out the glass toward Miss Trelawney, saying, "Had you not better examine it first?" She drew back, slightly raising her hand in disclaimer, as she said impulsively, "Oh no, Father would doubtless have shown it to me had he wished me to see it. I would not like to without his consent." Then she added, doubtless fearing lest her delicacy of view should give offense to the rest of us, "Of course it is right that you should see it. You have to examine and consider everything. And indeed, I am grateful to you." She turned away. I could see that she was crying quietly. It was evident to me that even in the midst of her trouble and anxiety, there was a chagrin that she knew so little of her father, and that her ignorance had to be shown at such a time, and amongst so many strangers. That they were all men did not make the shame more easy to bear, though there was a certain relief in it, trying to interpret her feelings. Could not but think that she must have been glad that no woman's eyes, of understanding greater than man's, were upon her in that hour, when I stood up from my examination, which verified to me that of the doctor. The latter resumed his place beside the couch and went on with his ministrations. "Superintendent," Dahlin said to me in a whisper, "I think we are fortunate in our doctor." I nodded, and was about to add something in praise of his acumen when there came a low tapping at the door. Chapter IIStrange Instructions. Superintendent Dolan went quietly to the door. By a sort of natural understanding, he had taken possession of affairs in the room. The rest of us waited. He opened the door a little way, and then with a gesture of manifest relief threw it wide, and a young man stepped in. A young man clean-shaven, tall and slight, with an eagle face and bright, quick eyes that seemed to take in everything around him at a glance. As he came in, the superintendent held out his hand. The two men shook hands warmly. "I came at once, sir, the moment I got your message. I am glad I still have your confidence, that you'll always have," said the superintendent heartily. "I have not forgotten our old Bow Street days, and I never shall." Then, without a word of preliminary, he began to tell everything he knew up to the moment of the newcomer's entry. Sergeant Daw asked a few questions, a very few, when it was necessary for his understanding of circumstances or the relative positions of persons. But as a rule, Dolan, who knew his work thoroughly, forestalled every query and explained all necessary matters as he went on. Sergeant Daw threw occasionally swift glances round him, now at one of us, now at the room or some part of it, now at the wounded man lying senseless on the sofa. When the superintendent had finished, the sergeant turned to me and said, "Perhaps you remember me, sir. I was with you in that Hoxton case." "I remember you very well," I said as I held out my hand. The superintendent spoke again. "You understand, Sergeant Daw, that you are put in full charge of this case." "Under you, I hope, sir," he interrupted. The other shook his head and smiled as he said, "It seems to me that this is a case that will take all a man's time and his brains. I have other work to do, but I shall be more than interested, and if I can help in any possible way, I shall be glad to do so." "All right, sir," said the other, accepting his responsibility with a sort of modified salute. Straightway he began his investigation. First he came over to the doctor, and having learned his name and address, asked him to write a full report which he could use, and which he could refer to headquarters if necessary. Dr. Winchester bowed gravely as he promised. Then the sergeant approached me and said sotto voce, "I like the look of your doctor. I think we can work together." Turning to Miss Trelawney, he asked, "Please let me know what you can of your father, his ways of life, his history, in fact of anything of whatsoever kind which interests him, or in which he may be concerned. I was about to interrupt to tell him what she had already said of her ignorance in all matters of her father and his ways, but her warning hand was raised to me pointedly, and she spoke herself. Alas, I know little or nothing. Superintendent Dolan and Mr. Ross know already all I can say. Well, ma'am, we must be content to do what we can, said the officer genially. I'll begin by making a minute examination. You say that you were outside the door when you heard the noise. I was in my room when I heard the queer sound. Indeed, it must have been the early part of whatever it was which woke me. I came out of my room at once. Father's door was shut, and I could see the whole landing and the upper slopes of the staircase. No one could have left by the door unknown to me, if that is what you mean. That is just what I do mean, miss. If everyone who knows anything will tell me as well as that, we shall soon get to the bottom of this. He then went over to the bed, looked at it carefully, and asked, "Has the bed been touched?" "Not to my knowledge," said Miss Trelawney. "But I shall ask Mrs. Grant, the housekeeper," she added as she rang the bell. Mrs. Grant answered it in person. "Come in," said Miss Trelawney. "These gentlemen want to know, Mrs. Grant, if the bed has been touched." "It's not by me, ma'am." "Then," said Miss Trelawney, turning to Sergeant Daw, "it cannot have been touched by anyone. Either Mrs. Grant or I myself was here all the time, and I do not think any of the servants who came when I gave the alarm were near the bed at all. You see, Father lay here just under the great safe, and everyone crowded round him. We sent them all away in a very short time. Daw, with a motion of his hand, asked us all to stay at the other side of the room, whilst with a magnifying glass he examined the bed, taking care, as he moved each fold of the bedclothes, to replace it in exact position. Then he examined with his magnifying glass the floor beside it, taking especial pains where the blood had trickled over the side of the bed, which was of heavy red wood handsomely carved. Inch by inch, down on his knees, carefully avoiding any touch with the stains on the floor, he followed the blood marks over to the spot, close under the great safe, where the body had lain. All around and about this spot he went for a radius of some yards, but seemingly did not meet with anything to arrest special attention. Then he examined the front of the safe, round the lock, and along the bottom and top of the double doors, more especially at the places of their touching in front. Next he went to the windows which were fastened down with the hasps. Were the shutters closed? He asked Miss Trelawney in a casual way, as though he expected the negative answer, which came. All this time Dr. Winchester was attending to his patient, now dressing the wounds in the wrist or making minute examination all over the head and throat and over the heart. More than once he put his nose to the mouth of the senseless man and sniffed. Each time he did so, he finished up by unconsciously looking round the room, as though in search of something. Then we heard the deep, strong voice of the detective. So far as I can see, the object was to bring that key to the lock of the safe. There seems to be some secret in the mechanism that I am unable to guess at, though I served a year in Chubb's before I joined the police. It is a combination lock of 7 letters, but there seems to be a way of locking even the combination. It is one of Chatwood. I shall call at their place and find out something about it. Then, turning to the doctor, as though his own work were for the present done, he said, "Have you anything you can tell me at once, doctor, which will not interfere with your full report? If there is any doubt, I can wait, but the sooner I know something definite, the better." Dr. Winchester answered at once, "For my own part, I see no reason in waiting. I shall make a full report, of course, but in the meantime, I shall tell you all I know, which is after all not very much, and all I think, which is less definite. There is no wound on the head which could account for the state of stupor in which the patient continues. I must, therefore, take it that either he has been drugged or is under some hypnotic influence. So far as I can judge, he has not been drugged, at least by means of any drug of whose qualities I am aware. Of course, there is ordinarily in this room so much of a mummy smell that it is difficult to be certain about anything having a delicate aroma. I dare say that you have noticed the peculiar Egyptian scents, bitumen, nard, aromatic gums and spices, and so forth. It is quite possible that somewhere in this room, amongst the curios, and hidden by stronger scents, is some substance or liquid which may have the effect we see. It is possible that the patient has taken some drug, and that he may in some sleeping phase have injured himself. I do not think this is likely, and circumstances, other than those which I have myself been investigating, may prove that this surmise is not correct. But in the meantime it is possible, and must, till it be disproved, be kept within our purview. Here Sergeant Daw interrupted. That may be, but if so, we should be able to find the instrument with which the wrist was injured. There would be marks of blood somewhere. Exactly so, said the doctor, fixing his glasses as though preparing for an argument. But if it be that the patient has used some strange drug, it may be one that does not take effect at once. As we are as yet ignorant of its potentialities, if indeed the whole surmise is correct at all, we must be prepared at all points. Here Miss Trelawney joined in the conversation. That would be quite right, so far as the action of the drug was concerned. But according to the second part of your surmise, the wound may have been self-inflicted, and this after the drug had taken effect. True, said the detective and the doctor simultaneously. She went on, as however, doctor, your guess does not exhaust the possibilities. We must bear in mind that some other variant of the same root idea may be correct. I take it, therefore, that our first search, to be made on this assumption, must be for the weapon with which the injury was done to my father's wrist. Perhaps he put the weapon in the safe before he became quite unconscious, said I, giving voice foolishly to a half-formed thought. That could not be, said the doctor quickly. At least I think it could hardly be, he added cautiously, with a brief bow to me. You see, the left hand is covered with blood, but there is no blood mark whatever on the safe. Quite right, I said, and there was a long pause. The first to break the silence was the doctor. We shall want a nurse here as soon as possible, and I know the very one to suit. I shall go at once to get her if I can. I must ask that, till I return, some of you will remain constantly with the patient. It may be necessary to remove him to another room later on, but in the meantime, he is best left here. Miss Trelawney, may I take it that either you or Mrs. Grant will remain here, not merely in the room, but close to the patient and watchful of him till I return? She bowed in reply and took a seat beside the sofa. The doctor gave her some directions as to what she should do in case her father should become conscious before his return. The next to move was Superintendent Dolan, who came close to Sergeant Daw as he said, I had better return now to the station, unless, of course, you should wish me to remain for a while. He answered, Is Johnny Wright still in your division? Yes. Would you like him to be with you? The other nodded reply. Then I will send him on to you as soon as can be arranged. He shall then stay with you as long as you wish. I will tell him that he is to take his instructions entirely from you. The sergeant accompanied him to the door. saying as he went, "Thank you, sir. You are always thoughtful for men who are working with you. It is a pleasure to me to be with you again. I shall go back to Scotland Yard and report to my chief. Then I shall call at Chatwood, S, and I shall return here as soon as possible. I suppose I may take it, miss, that I may put up here for a day or two, if required. It may be some help, or possibly some comfort to you, if I am about, until we unravel this mystery. I shall be very grateful to you." He looked keenly at her for a few seconds before he spoke again. "Before I go, have I permission to look about your father's table and desk? There might be something which would give us a clue, or a lead, at all events." Her answer was so unequivocal as almost to surprise him. "You have the fullest possible permission to do anything which may help us in this dreadful trouble, to discover what it is that is wrong with my father, or which may shield him in the future." He began at once a systematic search of the dressing table, and after that of the writing table in the room. In one of the drawers he found a letter sealed. This he brought at once across the room and handed to Miss Trelawney. "A letter directed to me and in my father's hand," she said as she eagerly opened it. I watched her face as she began to read, but seeing at once that Sergeant Daw kept his keen eyes on her face, unflinchingly watching every flitting expression, I kept my eyes henceforth fixed on his. When Miss Trelawney had read her letter through, I had in my mind a conviction, which, however, I kept locked in my own heart. Amongst the suspicions in the mind of the detective was one, rather perhaps potential than definite, of Miss Trelawney herself. For several minutes, Miss Trelawney held the letter in her hand with her eyes downcast, thinking. Then she read it carefully again. This time the varying expressions were intensified, and I thought I could easily follow them. When she had finished the second reading, she paused again. Then, though with some reluctance, she handed the letter to the detective. He read it eagerly, but with unchanging face, read it a second time, and then handed it back with a bow. She paused a little again, and then handed it to me. As she did so, she raised her eyes to mine for a single moment appealingly. A swift blush spread over her pale cheeks and forehead. With mingled feelings I took it, but all said, I was glad. She did not show any perturbation in giving the letter to the detective. She might not have shown any to anyone else. But to me, I feared to follow the thought further, but read on, conscious that the eyes of both Miss Trelawney and the detective were fixed on me. And my dear daughter, I want you to take this letter as an instruction, absolute and imperative, and admitting of no deviation, whatever in case anything untoward or unexpected by you or by others should happen to me. If I should be suddenly and mysteriously stricken down, either by sickness, accident, or attack, you must follow these directions implicitly. If I am not already in my bedroom when you are made cognizant of my state, I am to be brought there as quickly as possible. Even should I be dead, my body is to be brought there thenceforth, until I am either conscious and able to give instructions on my own account, or buried. I am never to be left alone, not for a single instant. From nightfall to sunrise, at least 2 persons must remain in the room. It will be well that a trained nurse be in the room from time to time, and will note any symptoms, either permanent or changing, which may strike her. My solicitors, Marvin and Jukes, of 27B Lincoln's Inn, have full instructions in case of my death, and Mr. Marvin has himself undertaken to see personally my wishes carried out. I should advise you, my dear daughter, seeing that you have no relative to apply to get some friend whom you can trust to either remain within the house where instant communication can be made, or to come nightly to aid in the watching, or to be within call. Such friend may be either male or female, but whichever it may be, there should be added one other watcher or attendant at hand of the opposite sex. Understand that it is of the very essence of my wish that there should be, awake and exercising themselves to my purposes, both masculine and feminine intelligences. Once more, my dear Margaret, let me impress on you the need for observation and just reasoning to conclusions, howsoever strange. If I am taken ill or injured, this will be no ordinary occasion, and I wish to warn you, so that your guarding may be complete. Nothing in my room, I speak of the curios, must be removed or displaced in any way, or for any cause whatever. I have a special reason and a special purpose in the placing of each, so that any moving of them would thwart my plans. Should you want money or counsel in anything, Mr. Marvin will carry out your wishes, to the which he has my full instructions. Abel T.R.E. LWNY. I read the letter a second time before speaking, for I feared to betray myself. The choice of a friend might be a momentous occasion for me. I had already ground for hope that she had asked me to help her in the first throe of her trouble, but love makes its own doubtings, and I feared. My thoughts seemed to whirl with lightning rapidity, and in a few seconds a whole process of reasoning became formulated. I must not volunteer to be the friend that the father advised his daughter to have to aid her in her vigil. And yet, that one glance had a lesson which must not ignore. Also, did not she, when she wanted help, send to me a stranger, except for one meeting at a dance and one brief afternoon of companionship on the river? Would it not humiliate her to make her ask me twice? Humiliate her? No. That pain I could at all events save her. It is not humiliation to refuse. So, as I handed her back the letter, I said, I know you will forgive me, Miss Trelawney, if I presume too much. But if you will permit me to aid in the watching, I shall be proud. Though the occasion is a sad one, I shall be so far happy to be allowed the privilege. Despite her manifest and painful effort at self-control, the red tide swept her face and neck. Even her eyes seemed suffused, and in stern contrast with her pale cheeks when the tide had rolled back. She answered in a low voice, I shall be very grateful for your help. Then, in an afterthought, she added, but you must not let me be selfish in my need. I know you have many duties to engage you, and though I shall value your help highly, most highly, it would not be fair to monopolize your time. As to that, I answered at once, my time is yours. I can for today easily arrange my work so that I can come here in the afternoon and stay till morning. After that, if the occasion still demands it, I can so arrange my work that I shall have more time still at my disposal. She was much moved. I could see the tears gather in her eyes, and she turned away her head. The detective spoke. I am glad you will be here, Mr. Ross. I shall be in the house myself, as Miss Trelawney will allow me, if my people in Scotland Yard will permit. That letter seems to put a different complexion on everything, though the mystery remains greater than ever. If you can wait here an hour or two, I shall go to headquarters, and then to the safe makers. After that, I shall return, and you can go away easier in your mind, for I shall be here. When he had gone, we two, Miss Trelawney and I, remained in silence. At last she raised her eyes and looked at me for a moment. After that, I would not have exchanged places with a king. For a while, she busied herself round the extemporized bedside of her father. Then, asking me to be sure not to take my eyes off him till she returned, she hurried out. In a few minutes, she came back with Mrs. Grant and two maids and a couple of men, who bore the entire frame and furniture of a light iron bed. This they proceeded to put together and to make. When the work was completed, and the servants had withdrawn, she said to me, "It will be well to be all ready when the doctor returns. He will surely want to have father put to bed, and a proper bed will be better for him than the sofa." She then got a chair close beside her father and sat down watching him. I went about the room, taking accurate note of all I saw. And truly there were enough things in the room to evoke the curiosity of any man, even though the attendant circumstances were less strange. The whole place, excepting those articles of furniture necessary to a well-furnished bedroom, was filled with magnificent curios, chiefly Egyptian. As the room was of immense size, there was opportunity for the placing of a large number of them, even if, as with these, they were of huge proportions. Whilst I was still investigating the room, there came the sound of wheels on the gravel outside the house. There was a ring at the hall door, and a few minutes later, after a preliminary tap at the door and an answering "come in," Dr. Winchester entered, followed by a young woman in the dark dress of a nurse. "I have been fortunate," he said as he came in. "I found her at once and free. Miss Trelawney, this is Nurse Kennedy, Chapter IIIThe Watchers." I was struck by the way the two young women looked at each other. I suppose I have been so much in the habit of weighing up in my own mind the personality of witnesses, and of forming judgment by their unconscious action and mode of bearing themselves, that the habit extends to my life outside as well as within the courthouse. At this moment of my life, anything that interested Miss Trelawney interested me, and as she had been struck by the newcomer, I instinctively weighed her up also. By comparison of the two, I seemed somehow to gain a new knowledge of Miss Trelawney. Certainly, the two women made a good contrast. Miss Trelawney was of fine figure, dark, straight-featured. She had marvelous eyes, great, wide open, and as black and soft as velvet, with a mysterious depth. To look in them was like gazing at a black mirror such as Dr. Dee used in his wizard rites. I heard an old gentleman at the picnic, a great Oriental traveler, describe the effect of her eyes as looking at night at the great distant lamps of a mosque through the open door. The eyebrows were typical, finely arched and rich in long curling hair. They seemed like the proper architectural environment of the deep, splendid eyes. Her hair was black also, but was as fine as silk. Generally, black hair is a type of animal strength, and seems as if some strong expression of the forces of a strong nature. But in this case, there could be no such thought. There were refinement and high breeding. And though though there was no suggestion of weakness, any sense of power there was rather spiritual than animal. The whole harmony of her being seemed complete. Carriage, figure, hair, eyes, the mobile, full mouth, whose scarlet lips and white teeth seemed to light up the lower part of the face, as the eyes did the upper, the wide sweep of the jaw from chin to ear, the long, fine fingers, the hand which seemed to move from the wrist, as though it had a sentience of its own. All these perfections went to make up a personality that dominated either by its grace, its sweetness, its beauty, or its charm. Nurse Kennedy, on the other hand, was rather under than over a woman's average height. She was firm and thick-set, with full limbs and broad, strong, capable hands. Her color was in the general effect that of an autumn leaf. The yellow-brown hair was thick and long, and the golden-brown eyes sparkled from the freckled, sunburnt skin. Her rosy cheeks gave a general idea of rich brown. The red lips and white teeth did not alter the color scheme, but only emphasized it. She had a snub nose. There was no possible doubt about it. But like such noses in general, it showed a nature generous, untiring, and full of good nature. Her broad white forehead, which even the freckles had spared, was full of forceful thought and reason. Dr. Winchester had, on their journey from the hospital, coached her in the necessary particulars, and without a word she took charge of the patient and set to work. Having examined the new-made bed and shaken the pillows, she spoke to the doctor, who gave instructions. Presently we all four, stepping together, lifted the unconscious man from the sofa. Early in the afternoon, when Sergeant Daw had returned, I called at my rooms in Jermyn Street and sent out such clothes, books, and papers as I should be likely to want within a few days. Then I went on to keep my legal engagements. The court sat late that day, as an important case was ending. It was striking 6 as I drove in at the gate of the Kensington Palace Road. I found myself installed in a large room close to the sick chamber. That night, we were not yet regularly organized for watching, so that the early part of the evening showed an unevenly balanced guard. Nurse Kennedy, who had been on duty all day, was lying down, as she had arranged to come on again by 12 o'clock. Dr. Winchester, who was dining in the house, remained in the room until dinner was announced, and went back at once when it was over. During dinner, Mrs. Grant remained in the room, and with her Sergeant Daw, who wished to complete a minute examination which he had undertaken of everything in the room and near it. At 9 o'clock, Miss Trelawney, and I went in to relieve the doctor. She had lain down for a few hours in the afternoon so as to be refreshed for her work at night. She told me that she had determined that for this night at least she would sit up and watch. I did not try to dissuade her, for I knew that her mind was made up. Then and there, I made up my mind that I would watch with her, unless, of course, I should see that she really did not wish it. I said nothing of my intentions for the present. We came in on tiptoe, so silently that the doctor, who was bending over the bed, did not hear us, and seemed a little startled when suddenly looking up, he saw our eyes upon him. I felt that the mystery of the whole thing was getting on his nerves, as it had already got on the nerves of some others of us. He was, I fancied, a little annoyed with himself for having been so startled, and at once began to talk in a hurried manner, as though to get over our idea of his embarrassment. I am really and absolutely at my wits' end to find any fit cause for this stupor. I have made again as accurate an examination as I know how, and I am satisfied that there is no injury to the brain. That is no external injury. Indeed, all his vital organs seem unimpaired. Have given him, as you know, food several times, and it has manifestly done him good. His breathing is strong and regular, and his pulse is slower and stronger than it was this morning. I cannot find evidence of any known drug, and his unconsciousness does not resemble any of the many cases of hypnotic sleep which I saw in the Charcot Hospital in Paris. And as to these wounds, he laid his finger gently on the bandaged wrist which lay outside the coverlet as he spoke. I do not know what to make of them. They might have been made by a carding machine, but that supposition is untenable. It is within the bounds of possibility that they might have been made by a wild animal if it had taken care to sharpen its claws. That too is, I take it, impossible. By the way, have you any strange pets here in the house, anything of an exceptional kind, such as a tiger cat, or anything out of the common? Miss Trelawney smiled a sad smile, which made my heart ache, as she made answer, "Oh no, Father does not like animals about the house, unless they are dead and mummied." This was said with a touch of bitterness or jealousy. I could hardly tell which. Even my poor kitten was only allowed in the house on sufferance, and though he is the dearest and best conducted cat in the world, he is now on a sort of parole, and is not allowed into this room. As she was speaking, a faint rattling of the door handle was heard. Instantly, Miss Trelawney's face brightened. she sprang up and went over to the door, saying as she went, "There he is. That is my Silvio. He stands on his hind legs and rattles the door handle when he wants to come into a room." She opened the door, speaking to the cat as though he were a baby. Did him want his maver? Come then, but he must stay with her. She lifted the cat and came back with him in her arms. He was certainly a magnificent animal, a chinchilla gray Persian with long, silky hair, a really lordly animal with a haughty bearing, despite his gentleness, and with great paws which spread out as he placed them on the ground. Whilst she was fondling him, he suddenly gave a wriggle like an eel and slipped out of her arms. He ran across the room and stood opposite a low table on which stood the mummy of an animal, and began to mew and snarl. Miss Trelawney was after him in an instant and lifted him in her arms, kicking and struggling and wriggling to get away, but not biting or scratching, for evidently he loved his beautiful mistress. He ceased to make a noise the moment he was in her arms. In a whisper she admonished him, "Oh, you naughty Silvio, you have broken your parole that mother gave for you. Now say good night to the gentleman and come away to mother's room." As she was speaking, she held out the cat's paw to me to shake. As I did so, I could not but admire its size and beauty. "Why," said I, "his paw seems like a little boxing glove full of claws." She smiled. "So it ought to. Don't you notice that my Silvio has 7 toes? See." She opened the paw, and surely enough, there were 7 separate claws, each of them sheathed in a delicate, fine, shell-like case. As I gently stroked the foot, the claws emerged, and one of them accidentally. There was no anger now, and the cat was purring, stuck into my hand. Instinctively, I said as I drew back, "Why, his claws are like razors." Dr. Winchester had come close to us and was bending over looking at the cat's claws. As I spoke, he said, in a quick, sharp way, I could hear the quick intake of his breath. Whilst I was stroking the now quiescent cat, the doctor went to the table and tore off a piece of blotting paper from the writing pad and came back. He laid the paper on his palm and with a simple "Pardon me," to Miss Trelawney, placed the cat's paw on it and pressed it down with his other hand. The haughty cat seemed to resent somewhat the familiarity and tried to draw its foot away. This was plainly what the doctor wanted, for in the act the cat opened the sheaths of its claws and made several reefs in the soft paper. Then Miss Trelawney took her pet away. She returned in a couple of minutes As she came in, she said, "It is most odd about that mummy. When Silvio came into the room first, indeed, I took him in as a kitten to show to father. He went on just the same way. He jumped up on the table and tried to scratch and bite the mummy. That was what made father so angry and brought the decree of banishment on poor Silvio. Only his parole, given through me, kept him in the house. Whilst she had been gone, Dr. Winchester had taken the bandage from her father's wrist. The wound was now quite clear, as the separate cuts showed out in fierce red lines. The doctor folded the blotting paper across the line of punctures made by the cat's claws and held it down close to the wound. As he did so, he looked up triumphantly and beckoned us over to him. The cuts in the paper corresponded with the wounds in the wrist. No explanation was needed, as he said. It would have been better if Master Silvio had not broken his parole. We were all silent for a little while. Suddenly, Miss Trelawney said, "But Silvio was not in here last night. Are you sure? Could you prove that if necessary?" She hesitated before replying. "I am certain of it, but I fear it would be difficult to prove. Silvio sleeps in a basket in my room. I certainly put him to bed last night. I remember distinctly laying his little blanket over him and tucking him in. This morning, I took him out of the basket myself. I certainly never noticed him in here, though, of course, that would not mean much, for I was too concerned about poor father and too much occupied with him to notice even Silvio." The doctor shook his head as he said, with a certain sadness, "Well, at any rate, it is no use trying to prove anything now. Any cat in the world would have cleaned blood marks. Did any exist from his paws in 100th part of the time that has elapsed?" Again we were all silent, and again the silence was broken by Miss Trelawney. "But now that I think of it, it could not have been poor Silvio that injured father. My door was shut when I first heard the sound, and father's was shut when I listened at it. When I went in, the injury had been done, so that it must have been before Silvio could possibly have got in. This reasoning commended itself, especially to me as a barrister, for it was proof to satisfy a jury. It gave me a distinct pleasure to have Silvio acquitted of the crime, possibly because he was Miss Trelawney's cat and was loved by her. Happy cat. Silvio's mistress was manifestly pleased, as I said. Verdict not guilty. Dr. Winchester, after a pause, observed, "My apologies to Master Silvio on this occasion, but I am still puzzled to know why he is so keen against that mummy. Is he the same toward the other mummies in the house? There are, I suppose, a lot of them. I saw 3 in the hall as I came in. There are lots of them, she answered. I sometimes don't know whether I am in a private house or the British Museum. But Silvio never concerns himself about any of them except that particular one. I suppose it must be because it is of an animal, not a man or a woman. Perhaps it is of a cat, said the doctor as he started up and went across the room to look at the mummy more closely. Yes, he went on, it is the mummy of a cat, and a very fine one too. If it hadn't been a special favorite of some very special person, it would never have received so much honor. See, a painted case and obsidian eyes, just like a human mummy. It is an extraordinary thing, that knowledge of kind to kind. Here is a dead cat, that is all. It is perhaps 4,000 or 5,000 years old, and another cat of another breed, in what is practically another world, is ready to fly at it, just as it would if it were not dead. I should like to experiment a bit about that cat, if you don't mind, Miss Trelawney. She hesitated before replying. Of course, do anything you may think necessary or wise, but I hope it will not be anything to hurt or worry my poor Silvio. The doctor smiled as he answered, Oh, Silvio would be all right. It is the other one that my sympathies would be reserved for. How do you mean? Master Silvio will do the attacking. The other one will do the suffering. Suffering. There was a note of pain in her voice. The doctor smiled more broadly. Oh, please make your mind easy as to that. The other won't suffer as we understand it, except perhaps in his structure and outfit. What on earth do you mean? Simply this, my dear young lady, that the antagonist will be a mummy cat like this one. There are, I take it, plenty of them to be had in Museum Street. I shall get one and place it here instead of that one. You won't think that a temporary exchange will violate your father's instructions, I hope. We shall then find out, to begin with, whether Silvio objects to all mummy cats, or only to this one in particular. I don't know, she said doubtfully. Father's instructions seem very uncompromising. Then, after a pause, she went on. But of course, under the circumstances, anything that is to be ultimately for his good must be done. I suppose there can't be anything very particular about the mummy of a cat. Dr. Winchester said nothing. He sat rigid, with so grave a look on his face that his extra gravity passed on to me, and in its enlightening perturbation, I began to realize more than I had yet done the strangeness of the case in which I was now so deeply concerned. When once this thought had begun, there was no end to it. Indeed, it grew and blossomed and reproduced itself in 1,000 different ways. The room and all in it gave grounds for strange thoughts. There were so many ancient relics that unconsciously one was taken back to strange lands and strange times. There were so many mummies or mummy objects, round which there seemed to cling forever the penetrating odors of bitumen, and spices and gums, nard and circashes, balmy smells, that one was unable to forget the past. Of course, there was but little light in the room, and that carefully shaded, so that there was no glare anywhere, none of that direct light which can manifest itself as a power or an entity, and so make for companionship. The room was a large one, and lofty in proportion to its size. In its vastness was place for a multitude of things not often found in a bedchamber. In far corners of the room were shadows of uncanny shape. More than once, as I thought, the multitudinous presence of the dead and the past took such hold on me that I caught myself looking round fearfully, as though some strange personality or influence was present. Even the manifest presence of Dr. Winchester and Miss Trelawney could not altogether comfort or satisfy me at such moments. It was with a distinct sense of relief that I saw a new personality in the room in the shape of Nurse Kennedy. There was no doubt that that businesslike, self-reliant, capable young woman added an element of security to such wild imaginings as my own. She had a quality of common sense that seemed to pervade everything around her, as though it were some kind of emanation. Up to that moment, I had been building fancies around the sick man, so that finally all about him, including myself, had become involved in them, or enmeshed, or saturated, but now that she had come, he relapsed into his proper perspective as a patient. The room was a sick room, and the shadows lost their fearsome quality. The only thing which it could not altogether abrogate was the strange Egyptian smell. You may put a mummy in a glass case and hermetically seal it so that no corroding air can get within, but all the same it will exhale its odor. One might think that 4,000 or 5,000 years would exhaust the olfactory qualities of anything. But experience teaches us that these smells remain, and that their secrets are unknown to us. Today, they are as much mysteries as they were when the embalmers put the body in the bath of natron. All at once I sat up. I had become lost in an absorbing reverie. The Egyptian smell had seemed to get on my nerves, on my memory, on my very will. At that moment, I had a thought which was like an inspiration. If I was influenced in such a manner by the smell, might it not be that the sick man, who lived half his life or more in the atmosphere, had gradually and by slow but sure process taken into his system something which had permeated him to such degree that it had a new power derived from quantity or strength. I was becoming lost again in a reverie. This would not do. I must take such precaution that I could remain awake or free from such entrancing thought. I had had but half a night's sleep last night, and this night I must remain awake. Without stating my intention, for I feared that I might add to the trouble and uneasiness of Miss Trelawney, I went downstairs and out of the house. I soon found a chemist's shop and came away with a respirator. When I got back, it was 10 o'clock. The doctor was going for the night. The nurse came with him to the door of the sick room, taking her last instructions. Miss Trelawney sat still beside the bed. Sergeant Daw, who had entered as the doctor went out, was some little distance off. When Nurse Kennedy joined us, we arranged that she should sit up till 2 o'clock, when Miss Trelawney would relieve her. Thus, in accordance with Mr. Trelawney's instructions, there would always be a man and a woman in the room, and each one of us would overlap, so that at no time would a new set of watchers come on duty without someone to tell of what, if anything, had occurred. I lay down on a sofa in my own room, having arranged that one of the servants should call me a little before 12. In a few moments, I was asleep. When I was waked, it took me several seconds to get back my thoughts so as to recognize my own identity and surroundings. The short sleep had, however, done me good, and I could look on things around me in a more practical light than I had been able to do earlier in the evening. Bathed my face, and thus refreshed, went into the sick room. I moved very softly. The nurse was sitting by the bed, quiet and alert. The detective sat in an armchair across the room in deep shadow. He did not move when I crossed, until I got close to him, when he said in a dull whisper, "It is all right. I have not been asleep." An unnecessary thing to say, I thought it always is, unless it be untrue in spirit. When I told him that his watch was over, that he might go to bed till I should call him at 6 o'clock, he seemed relieved and went with alacrity. At the door he turned, and coming back to me, said in a whisper, "I sleep lightly, and I shall have my pistols with me. I won't feel so heavy-headed when I get out of this mummy smell." He too, then, had shared my experience of drowsiness. I asked the nurse if she wanted anything. I noticed that she had a vinaigrette in her lap. Doubtless she too had felt some of the influence which had so affected me. She said that she had all she required, but that if she should want anything, she would at once let me know. I wished to keep her from noticing my respirator, so I went to the chair in the shadow where her back was toward me. Here I quietly put it on and made myself comfortable. For what seemed a long time, I sat and thought and thought. It was a wild medley of thoughts, as might have been expected from the experiences of the previous day and night. Again, I found myself thinking of the Egyptian smell, and I remember that I felt a delicious satisfaction that I did not experience it as I had done. The respirator was doing its work. It must have been that the passing of this disturbing thought made for repose of mind, which is the corollary of bodily rest. For, though I really cannot remember being asleep or waking from it, I saw a vision. I dreamed a dream. I scarcely know which. I was still in the room, seated in the chair. I had on my respirator and knew that I breathed freely. The nurse sat in her chair with her back toward me. She sat quite still. The sick man lay as still as the dead. It was rather like the picture of a scene than the reality. All were still and silent, and the stillness and silence were continuous. Outside, in the distance, I could hear the sounds of a city, the occasional roll of wheels, the shout of a reveler, the faraway echo of whistles, and the rumbling of trains. The light was very, very low. The reflection of it under the green-shaded lamp was a dim relief to the darkness, rather than light. The green silk fringe of the lamp had merely the color of an emerald seen in the moonlight. The room, for all its darkness, was full of shadows. It seemed in my whirling thoughts as though all the real things had become shadows, shadows which moved, for they passed the dim outline of the high windows, shadows which had sentience. I even thought there was sound, a faint sound as of the mew of a cat, the rustle of drapery, and a metallic clink as of metal faintly touching metal. I sat as one entranced. At last I felt, as in nightmare, that this was sleep, and that in the passing of its portals all my will had gone. All at once my senses were full awake. A shriek rang in my ears. The room was filled suddenly with a blaze of light. There was the sound of pistol shots, 1, 2, haze of white smoke in the room. When my waking eyes regained their power, I could have shrieked with horror myself at what I saw before me. Chapter IV, the second attempt. The sight which met my eyes had the horror of a dream within a dream, with the certainty of reality added. The room was as I had seen it last, except that the shadowy look had gone in the glare of the many lights, and every article in it stood stark and solidly real. By the empty bed sat Nurse Kennedy, as my eyes had last seen her, sitting bolt upright in the armchair beside the bed. She had placed a pillow behind her, so that her back might be erect, but her neck was fixed as that of one in a cataleptic trance. She was, to all intents and purposes, turned into stone. There was no special expression on her face, no fear, no horror, nothing such as might be expected of one in such a condition. Her open eyes showed neither wonder nor interest. She was simply a negative existence, warm, breathing, placid, but absolutely unconscious of the world around her. The bedclothes were disarranged, as though the patient had been drawn from under them without throwing them back. The corner of the upper sheet hung upon the floor. Close by it lay one of the bandages with which the doctor had dressed the wounded wrist. Another and another lay further along the floor, as though forming a clue to where the sick man now lay. This was almost exactly where he had been found on the previous night, under the great safe. Again, the left arm lay toward the safe. But there had been a new outrage. An attempt had been made to sever the arm close to the bangle, which held the tiny key. A heavy cookery knife, one of the leaf-shaped knives, which the Gurkhas and others of the hill tribes of India use with such effect, had been taken from its place on the wall, and with it the attempt had been made. It was manifest that just at the moment of striking, the blow had been arrested, for only the point of the knife and not the edge of the blade had struck the flesh. As it was, the outer side of the arm had been cut to the bone, and the blood was pouring out. In addition, the former wound in front of the arm had been cut or torn about terribly. One of the cuts seemed to jet out blood, as if with each pulsation of the heart. By the side of her father knelt Miss Trelawney, her white nightdress stained with the blood in which she knelt. In the middle of the room, Sergeant Daw, in his shirt and trousers and stocking feet, was putting fresh cartridges into his revolver in a dazed, mechanical kind of way. His eyes were red and heavy, and he seemed only half awake and less than half conscious of what was going on around him. Several servants, bearing lights of various kinds, were clustered round the doorway. As I rose from my chair and came forward, Miss Trelawney raised her eyes toward me. When she saw me, she shrieked and started to her feet, pointing towards me. Never shall I forget the strange picture she made, with her white drapery all smeared with blood which, as she rose from the pool, ran in streaks toward her bare feet. I believe that I had only been asleep, that whatever influence had worked on Mr. Trelawney and Nurse Kennedy, and in less degree on Sergeant Daw, had not touched me. The respirator had been of some service, though it had not kept off the tragedy whose dire evidences were before me. I can understand now. I could understand even then the fright, added to that which had gone before, which my appearance must have evoked. I had still on the respirator, which covered mouth and nose. My hair had been tossed in my sleep, coming suddenly forward, thus enwrapped and disheveled. In that horrified crowd, I must have had, in the strange mixture of lights, an extraordinary and terrifying appearance. It was well that I recognized all this in time to avert another catastrophe for the half-dazed, mechanically acting detective put in the cartridges, and had raised his revolver to shoot at me when I succeeded in wrenching off the respirator and shouting to him to hold his hand. In this also he acted mechanically. The red, half-awake eyes had not in them even then the intention of conscious action. The danger, however, was averted. The relief of the situation, strangely enough, came in a simple fashion. Mrs. Grant, seeing that her young mistress had on only her night-dress, had gone to fetch a dressing-gown, which she now threw over her. This simple act brought us all back to the region of fact. With a long breath, one and all seemed to devote themselves to the most pressing matter before us, that of staunching the flow of blood from the arm of the wounded man. Even as the thought of action came, I rejoiced, for the bleeding was very proof that Mr. Trelawney still lived. Last night's lesson was not thrown away. More than one of those present knew now what to do in such an emergency, and within a few seconds, willing hands were at work on a tourniquet. A man was at once dispatched for the doctor, and several of the servants disappeared to make themselves respectable. We lifted Mr. Trelawney on to the sofa where he had lain yesterday, and having done what we could for him, turned our attention to the nurse. In all the turmoil she had not stirred. She sat there as before, erect and rigid, breathing softly and naturally, and with a placid smile. As it was manifestly of no use to attempt anything with her till the doctor had come, we began to think of the general situation. Mrs. Grant had by this time taken her mistress away and changed her clothes, for she was back presently in a dressing gown and slippers, and with the traces of blood removed from her hands. She was now much calmer, though she trembled sadly, and her face was ghastly white. When she had looked at her father's wrist, I holding the tourniquet, she turned her eyes round the room, resting them now and again on each one of us present in turn, but seeming to find no comfort. It was so apparent to me that she did not know where to begin or whom to trust that. To reassure her, I said, "I am all right now. I was only asleep." Her voice had a gulp in it as she said in a low voice, "Asleep, you, and my father in danger. I thought you were on the watch." I felt the sting of justice in the reproach, but I really wanted to help her, so I answered, "Only asleep. It is bad enough, I know, but there is something more than an only round us here. Had it not been that I took a definite precaution, I might have been like the nurse there." She turned her eyes swiftly on the weird figure, sitting grimly upright like a painted statue, and then her face softened. With the action of habitual courtesy, she said, "Forgive me. I did not mean to be rude, but I am in such distress and fear that I hardly know what I am saying. Oh, it is dreadful. I fear for fresh trouble and horror and mystery every moment." This cut me to the very heart, and out of the heart's fullness I spoke. "Don't give me a thought. I don't deserve it. I was on guard, and yet I slept. All that I can say is that I didn't mean to, and I tried to avoid it, but it was over me before I knew it. Anyhow, it is done now and can't be undone. Probably some day we may understand it all, but now let us try to get at some idea of what has happened. Tell me what you remember." The effort to recollect seemed to stimulate her. She became calmer as she spoke. "I was asleep, and woke suddenly with the same horrible feeling on me that father was in great and immediate danger. I jumped up and ran just as I was, into his room. It was nearly pitch dark, but as I opened the door, there was light enough to see father's nightdress as he lay on the floor under the safe, just as on that first awful night. Then I think I must have gone mad for a moment." She stopped and shuddered. My eyes lit on Sergeant Daw, still fiddling in an aimless way with the revolver. Mindful of my work with the tourniquet, I said calmly, "Now tell us, Sergeant Daw, what did you fire at?" The policeman seemed to pull himself together with the habit of obedience. Looking around at the servants remaining in the room, he said, with that air of importance which, I take it, is the regulation attitude of an official of the law before strangers. Don't you think, sir, that we can allow the servants to go away? We can then better go into the matter. I nodded approval. The servants took the hint and withdrew, though unwillingly, the last one closing the door behind him. Then the detective went on. I think I had better tell you my impressions, sir, rather than recount my actions. That is, so far as I remember them. There was a mortified deference now in his manner, which probably arose from his consciousness of the awkward position in which he found himself. I went to sleep half-dressed, as I am now, with a revolver under my pillow. It was the last thing I remember thinking of. I do not know how long I slept. I had turned off the electric light, and it was quite dark. I thought I heard a scream, but I can't be sure, for I felt thick-headed as a man does when he is called to soon after an extra long stretch of work. Not that such was the case this time. Anyhow, my thoughts flew to the pistol. I took it out and ran on to the landing. Then I heard a sort of scream, or rather a call for help, and ran into this room. The room was dark, for the lamp beside the nurse was out, and the only light was that from the landing, coming through the open door. Miss Trelawney was kneeling on the floor beside her father, and was screaming. I thought I saw something move between me and the window, so, without thinking, and being half dazed and only half awake, I shot at it. It moved a little more to the right between the windows, and I shot again. Then you came up out of the big chair with all that muffling on your face. It seemed to me, being as I say half dazed and half awake, I know, sir, you will take this into account, as if it had been you, being in the same direction as the thing I had fired at. And so I was about to fire again when you pulled off the wrap. Here I asked him. I was cross-examining now and felt at home. You say you thought I was the thing you fired at. What thing? The man scratched his head, but made no reply. Come, sir, I said. What thing? What was it like? The answer came in a low voice. I don't know, sir. I thought there was something, but what it was, or what it was like, I haven't the faintest notion. I suppose it was because I had been thinking of the pistol before I went to sleep, and because when I came in here I was half dazed and only half awake, which I hope you will in future, sir, always remember. He clung to that formula of excuse as though it were his sheet anchor. I did not want to antagonize the man. On the contrary, I wanted to have him with us. Besides, I had on me at that time myself the shadow of my own default, so I said as kindly as I knew how, "Quite right, Sergeant, your impulse was correct, though of course in the half-somnolent condition in which you were, and perhaps partly affected by the same influence, whatever it may be, which made me sleep, and which has put the nurse in that cataleptic trance. It could not be expected that you would pause to weigh matters. But now, whilst the matter is fresh, let me see exactly where you stood and where I sat. We shall be able to trace the course of your bullets. The prospect of action and the exercise of his habitual skill seemed to brace him at once. He seemed a different man as he set about his work. I asked Mrs. Grant to hold the tourniquet, and went and stood where he had stood and looked where, in the darkness, he had pointed. I could not but notice the mechanical exactness of his mind, as when he showed me where he had stood, or drew, as a matter of course, the revolver from his pistol pocket, and pointed with it. The chair from which I had risen still stood in its place. Then I asked him to point with his hand only, as I wished to move in the track of his shot. Just behind my chair, and a little back of it, stood a high buhl cabinet. The glass door was shattered. I asked, was this the direction of your first shot or your second? The answer came promptly. The second, the first was over there. He turned a little to the left, more toward the wall where the great safe stood, and pointed. I followed the direction of his hand, and came to the low table whereon rested, amongst other curios, the mummy of the cat which had raised Silvio's ire. I got a candle and easily found the mark of the bullet. It had broken a little glass vase and a tazza of black basalt, exquisitely engraved with hieroglyphics, the graven lines being filled with some faint green cement, and the whole thing being polished to an equal surface. The bullet, flattened against the wall, lay on the table. I then went to the broken cabinet. It was evidently a receptacle for valuable curios, for in it were some great scarabs of gold, agate, green jasper, amethyst, lapis lazuli, opal, granite, and blue-green china. None of these things happily were touched. The bullet had gone through the back of the cabinet, but no other damage, save the shattering of the glass, had been done. I could not but notice the strange arrangement of the curios on the shelf of the cabinet. All the scarabs, rings, amulets, and see were arranged in an uneven oval round. An exquisitely carved golden miniature figure of a hawk-headed god, crowned with a disc and plumes. I did not wait to look further at present, for my attention was demanded by more pressing things, but I determined to make a more minute examination when I should have time. It was evident that some of the strange Egyptian smell clung to these old curios. Through the broken glass came an added whiff of spice and gum and bitumen, almost stronger than those I had already noticed as coming from others in the room. All this had really taken but a few minutes. I was surprised when my eye met, through the chinks between the dark window blinds and the window cases, the brighter light of the coming dawn. When I went back to the sofa and took the tourniquet from Mrs. Grant, she went over and pulled up the blinds. It would be hard to imagine anything more ghastly than the appearance of the room, with the faint gray light of early morning coming in upon it. As the windows faced north, any light that came was a fixed gray light, without any of the rosy possibility of dawn which comes in the eastern quarter of heaven. The electric lights seemed dull and yet glaring, and every shadow was of a hard intensity. There was nothing of morning freshness, nothing of the softness of night. All was hard and cold and inexpressibly dreary. The face of the senseless man on the sofa seemed of a ghastly yellow, and the nurse's face had taken a suggestion of green from the shade of the lamp near her. Only Miss Trelawney's face looked white, and it was of a pallor which made my heart ache. It looked as if nothing on God's earth could ever again bring back to it the color of life and happiness. It was a relief to us all when Dr. Winchester came in, breathless with running. He only asked one question: "Can anyone tell me anything of how this wound was gotten?" On seeing the headshake which went round us under his glance, he said no more, but applied himself to his surgical work. For an instant he looked up at the nurse sitting so still, but then bent himself to his task, a grave frown contracting his brows. It was not till the arteries were tied and the wounds completely dressed that he spoke again, except, of course, when he had asked for anything to be handed to him or to be done for him. When Mr. Trelawney's wounds had been thoroughly cared for, he said to Miss Trelawney, "What about Nurse Kennedy?" She answered at once, "I really do not know. I found her when I came into the room at 2:30, sitting exactly as she does now. We have not moved her or changed her position. She has not wakened since. Even Sergeant Dawes' pistol shots did not disturb her." Pistol shots. Have you then discovered any cause for this new outrage? The rest were silent, so I answered, "We have discovered nothing. I was in the room watching with the nurse. Earlier in the evening, I fancied that the mummy smells were making me drowsy, so I went out and got a respirator. I had it on when I came on duty, but it did not keep me from going to sleep. I awoke to see the room full of people, that is, Miss Trelawney and Sergeant Daw, being only half awake and still stupefied by the same scent or influence which had affected us, fancied that he saw something moving through the shadowy darkness of the room, and fired twice. When I rose out of my chair, with my face swathed in the respirator, he took me for the cause of the trouble. Naturally enough, he was about to fire again, when I was fortunately in time to manifest my identity. Mr. Trelawney was lying beside the safe, just as he was found last night, and was bleeding profusely from the new wound in his wrist. We lifted him on the sofa and made a tourniquet. That is, literally and absolutely, all that any of us know as yet. We have not touched the knife, which you see lies close by the pool of blood. Look, I said, going over and lifting it. The point is red with the blood which has dried. Dr. Winchester stood quite still a few minutes before speaking. Then the doings of this night are quite as mysterious as those of last night. Quite, I answered. He said nothing in reply, but turning to Miss Trelawney said, "We had better take Nurse Kennedy into another room. I suppose there is nothing to prevent it. Nothing. Please, Mrs. Grant, see that Nurse Kennedy's room is ready, and ask 2 of the men to come and carry her in." Mrs. Grant went out immediately, and in a few minutes came back saying, "The room is quite ready, and the men are here." By her direction, 2 footmen came into the room, and lifting up the rigid body of Nurse Kennedy under the supervision of the doctor, carried her out of the room. Miss Trelawney remained with me in the sick chamber, and Mrs. Grant went with the doctor into the nurse's room. When we were alone, Miss Trelawney came over to me, and taking both my hands in hers, said, "I hope you won't remember what I said. I did not mean it, and I was distraught." I did not make reply, but I held her hands and kissed them. There are different ways of kissing a lady's hands. This way was intended as homage and respect, and it was accepted as such in the high-bred, dignified way which marked Miss Trelawney's bearing and every movement. I went over to the sofa and looked down at the senseless man. The dawn had come much nearer in the last few minutes, and there was something of the clearness of day in the light. As I looked at the stern, cold, set face, now as white as a marble monument in the pale gray light, I could not but feel that there was some deep mystery beyond all that had happened within the last 26 hours. Those beetling brows screened some massive purpose. That high, broad forehead held some finished train of reasoning, which the broad chin and massive jaw would help to carry into effect. As I looked and wondered, there began to steal over me again that phase of wandering thought which had last night heralded the approach of sleep. I resisted it and held myself sternly to the present. This was easier to do when Miss Trelawney came close to me and, leaning her forehead against my shoulder, began to cry silently. Then all the manhood in me woke, and to present purpose. It was of little use trying to speak. Words were inadequate to thought, but we understood each other. She did not draw away when I put arm protectingly over her shoulder, as I used to do with my little sister long ago, when in her childish trouble she would come to her big brother to be comforted. That very act or attitude of protection made me more resolute in my purpose, and seemed to clear my brain of idle, dreamy wandering in thought. With an instinct of greater protection, however, I took away my arm as I heard the doctor's footstep outside the door. When Dr. Winchester came in, he looked intently at the patient before speaking. His brows were set, and his mouth was a thin, hard line. Presently he said, "There is much in common between the sleep of your father and Nurse Kennedy. Whatever influence has brought it about has probably worked the same way in both cases. In Kennedy's case, the coma is less marked. I cannot but feel, however, that with her we may be able to do more and more quickly than with this patient, as our hands are not tied. I have placed her in a draft, and already she shows some signs, though very faint ones, of ordinary unconsciousness. The rigidity of her limbs is less, and her skin seems more sensitive, or perhaps I should say less insensitive to pain. How is it then, I asked, that Mr. Trelawney is still in this state of insensibility? And yet, so far as we know, his body has not had such rigidity at all. That I cannot answer. The problem is one which we may solve in a few hours, or it may need a few days. But it will be a useful lesson in diagnosis to us all, and perhaps to many and many others after us. Who knows? He added, with the genuine fire of an enthusiast. As the morning wore on, he flitted perpetually between the two rooms, watching anxiously over both patients. He made Mrs. Grant remain with the nurse, but either Miss Trelawney or I, generally both of us, remained with the wounded man. We each managed, however, to get bathed and dressed. The doctor and Mrs. Grant remained with Mr. Trelawney whilst we had breakfast. Sergeant Daw went off to report at Scotland Yard the progress of the night, and then to the local station to to arrange for the coming of his comrade, right, as fixed with Superintendent Dolan. When he returned, I could not but think that he had been hauled over the coals for shooting in a sick room, or perhaps for shooting at all without certain and proper cause. His remark to me enlightened me in the matter. A good character is worth something, sir, in spite of what some of them say. See, I've still got leave to carry my revolver. That day was a long and anxious one. Toward nightfall, Nurse Kennedy so far improved that the rigidity of her limbs entirely disappeared. She still breathed quietly and regularly, but the fixed expression of her face, though it was a calm enough expression, gave place to fallen eyelids and the negative look of sleep. Dr. Winchester had, towards evening, brought 2 more nurses, one of whom was to remain with Nurse Kennedy, and the other to share in the watching with Miss Trelawney, who had insisted on remaining up herself. She had, in order to prepare for the duty, slept for several hours in the afternoon. We had all taken counsel together, and had arranged thus for the watching in Mr. Trelawney's room. Mrs. Grant was to remain beside the patient till 12, when Miss Trelawney would relieve her. The new nurse was to sit in Miss Trelawney's room, and to visit the sick chamber each quarter of an hour. The doctor would remain till 12, when I was to relieve him. One or other of the detectives was to remain within hail of the room all night, and to pay periodical visits to see that all was well. Thus, the watchers would be watched, and the possibility of such events as last night, when the watchers were both overcome, would be avoided. When the sun set, a strange and grave anxiety fell on all of us, and in our separate ways we prepared for the vigil. Dr. Winchester had evidently been thinking of my respirator, for he told me he would go out and get one. Indeed, he took to the idea so kindly that I persuaded Miss Trelawney also to have one which she could put on when her time for watching came. And so the night drew on. Chapter V, More Strange Instructions. When I came from my room at 11:30, I found all well in the sick room. The new nurse, prim, neat, and watchful, sat in the chair by the bedside where Nurse Kennedy had sat last night. A little way off, between the bed and the safe, sat Dr. Winchester, alert and wakeful, but looking strange and almost comic, with the respirator over mouth and nose. As I stood in the doorway looking at them, I heard a slight sound. Turning round, I saw the new detective, who nodded, held up the finger of silence, and withdrew quietly. Hitherto, no one of the watchers was overcome by sleep, I took a chair outside the door. As yet, there was no need for me to risk coming again under the subtle influence of last night. Naturally, my thoughts went revolving round the main incidents of the last day and night, and I found myself arriving at strange conclusions, doubts, conjectures. But I did not lose myself, as on last night, in trains of thought. The sense of the present was ever with me, and I really felt as should a sentry on guard. Thinking is not a slow process, and when it is earnest, the time can pass quickly. It seemed a very short time indeed till the door, usually left ajar, was pulled open, and Dr. Winchester emerged, taking off his respirator as he came. His act, when he had it off, was demonstrative of his keenness. He turned up the outside of the wrap and smelled it carefully. "I am going now," he said. "I shall come early in the morning, unless, of course, I am sent for before. But all seems well tonight." The next to appear was Sergeant Daw, who went quietly into the room and took the seat vacated by the doctor. I still remained outside, but every few minutes looked into the room. This was rather a form than a matter of utility, for the room was so dark that coming even from the dimly lighted corridor, it was hard to distinguish anything. A little before 12 o'clock, Miss Trelawney came from her room. Before coming to her father's, she went into that occupied by Nurse Kennedy. After a couple of minutes, she came out, looking, I thought, a trifle more cheerful. She had her respirator in her hand, but before putting it on, asked me if anything special had occurred since she had gone to lie down. I answered in a whisper. There was no loud talking in the house tonight, that all was safe, was well. She then put on her respirator, and I mine, and we entered the room. The detective and the nurse rose up, and we took their places. Sergeant Daw was the last to go out. He closed the door behind him as we had arranged. For a while I sat quiet, my heart beating. The place was grimly dark. The only light was a faint one from the top of the lamp, which threw a white circle on the high ceiling. Except the emerald sheen of the shade as the light took its under edges. Even the light only seemed to emphasize the blackness of the shadows. These presently began to seem, as on last night, to have a sentience of their own. I did not myself feel in the least sleepy, and each time I went softly over to look at the patient, which I did about every 10 minutes, I could see that Miss Trelawney was keenly alert. Every quarter of an hour one or other of the policemen looked in through the partly opened door. Each time both Miss Trelawney and I said through our mufflers, "All right," and the door was closed again. As the time wore on, the silence and the darkness seemed to increase. The circle of light on the ceiling was still there, but it seemed less brilliant than at first. The green edging of the lampshade became like Mary greenstone rather than emerald. The sounds of the night without the house, and the starlight spreading pale lines along the edges of the window cases, made the pall of black within more solemn and more mysterious. We heard the clock in the corridor chiming the quarters with its silver bell till 2 o'clock, and then a strange feeling came over me. Could see from Miss Trelawney's movement as she looked round that she also had some new sensation. The new detective had just looked in. We two were alone with the unconscious patient for another quarter of an hour. My heart began to beat wildly. There was a sense of fear over me. Not for myself, my fear was impersonal. It seemed as though some new person had entered the room, and that a strong intelligence was awake close to me. Something brushed against my leg. I put my hand down hastily and touched the furry coat of Silvio. With a very faint, far-away sound of a snarl, he turned and scratched at me. I felt blood on my hand. I rose gently and came over to the bedside. Miss Trelawney, too, had stood up and was looking behind her, as though there was something close to her. Her eyes were wild, and her breast rose and fell as though she were fighting for air. When I touched her, she did not seem to feel me. She worked her hands in front of her, as though she was fending off something. There was not an instant to lose. I seized her in my arms and rushed over to the door, threw it open, and strode into the passage, calling loudly, "Help, help!" In an instant, the two detectives, Mrs. Grant, and the nurse appeared on the scene. Close on their heels came several of the servants, both men and women. Immediately, Mrs. Grant came near enough. I placed Miss Trelawney in her arms and rushed back into the room, turning up the electric light as soon as I could lay my hand on it. Sergeant Daw and the nurse followed me. We were just in time. Close under the great safe, where on the 2 successive nights he had been found, lay Mr. Trelawney with his left arm, bare save for the bandages, stretched out. Close by his side was a leaf-shaped Egyptian knife, which had lain amongst the curios on the shelf of the broken cabinet. Its point was stuck in the parquet floor, whence had been removed the blood-stained rug. But there was no sign of disturbance anywhere, nor any sign of anyone or anything unusual. The policeman and I searched the room accurately, whilst the nurse and 2 of the servants lifted the wounded man back to bed, but no sign or clue could we get. Very soon Miss Trelawney returned to the room. She was pale but collected. When she came close to me, she said in a low voice, "I felt myself fainting. I did not know why, but I was afraid. The only other shock I had was when Miss Trelawney cried out to me. As I placed my hand on the bed to lean over and look carefully at her father, 'You are wounded. Look, look, your hand is bloody. There is blood on the sheets.' I had, in the excitement, quite forgotten Silvio's scratch. As I looked at it, the recollection came back to me. But before I could say a word, Miss Trelawney had caught hold of my hand and lifted it up. When she saw the parallel lines of the cuts, she cried out again, 'It is the same wound as father's.' Then she laid my hand down gently but quickly and said to me and to Sergeant Daw, 'Come to my room. Silvio is there in his basket.' We followed her and found Silvio sitting in his basket awake. He was licking his paws, the detective said. He is there sure enough, but why licking his paws? Margaret, Miss Trelawney, gave a moan as she bent over and took one of the forepaws in her hand. But the cat seemed to resent it and snarled. At that, Mrs. Grant came into the room. When she saw that we were looking at the cat, she said, "The nurse tells me that Silvio was asleep on Nurse Kennedy's bed ever since you went to your father's room until a while ago. He came there just after you had gone to Master's room. Nurse says that Nurse Kennedy is moaning and muttering in her sleep as though she had a nightmare. I think we should send for Dr. Winchester." "Do so at once, please," said Miss Trelawney, and we went back to the room. For a while Miss Trelawney stood looking at her father with her brows wrinkled. Then, turning to me, as though her mind were made up, she said, "Don't you think we should have a consultation on father? Of course, I have every confidence in Dr. Winchester. He seems an immensely clever young man. But he is a young man, and there must be men who have devoted themselves to this branch of science. Such a man would have more knowledge and more experience, and his knowledge and experience might help to throw light on poor father's case. As it is, Dr. Winchester seems to be quite in the dark. Oh, I don't know what to do. It is all so terrible." Here she broke down a little and cried, and I tried to comfort her. Dr. Winchester arrived quickly. His first thought was for his patient, but when he found him without further harm, he visited Nurse Kennedy. When he saw her, a hopeful look came into his eyes. Taking a towel, he dipped a corner of it in cold water and flicked on the face. The skin colored, and she stirred slightly. He said to the new nurse, Sister Doris he called her, "She is all right. She will wake in a few hours at latest. She may be dizzy and distraught at first, or perhaps hysterical. If so, you know how to treat her." "Yes, sir," answered Sister Doris demurely, and we went back to Mr. Trelawney's room. As soon as we had entered, Mrs. Grant and the nurse went out, so that only Dr. Winchester, Miss Trelawney, and myself remained in the room. When the door had been closed, Dr. Winchester asked me as to what had occurred. I told him fully, giving exactly every detail so far as I could remember. Throughout my narrative, which did not take long, however, he kept asking me questions as to who had been present, and the order in which each one had come into the room. He asked other things, but nothing of any importance. These were all that took my attention, or remained in my memory. When our conversation was finished, he said in a very decided way indeed to Miss Trelawney, "I think, Miss Trelawney, that we had better have a consultation on this case." She answered at once, seemingly a little to his surprise, "I am glad you have mentioned it. I quite agree. Who would you suggest? Have you any choice yourself?" he asked. "Anyone to whom your father is known. Has he ever consulted anyone?" "Not to my knowledge. But I hope you will choose whoever you think would be best. My dear father should have all the help that can be had, and I shall be deeply obliged by your choosing. Who is the best man in London, anywhere else, in such a case? There are several good men, but they are scattered all over the world. Somehow, the brain specialist is born, not made, though a lot of hard work goes to the completing of him and fitting him for his work. He comes from no country. The most daring investigator up to the present is Chiune, the Japanese, but he is rather a surgical experimentalist than a practitioner. Then there is Zammerfist of Uppsala and Fenelon of the University of Paris and Morfessy of Naples. These, of course, are in addition to our own men, Morrison of Aberdeen and Richardson of Birmingham. But before them, all I would put Freer of King's College. Of all that I have named, he best unites theory and practice. He has no hobbies that have been discovered at all events, and his experience is immense. It is the regret of all of us who admire him that the nerve so firm and the hand so dexterous must yield to time. For my own part, I would rather have Freer than any one living. Then, said Miss Trelawney decisively, let us have Dr. Freer. By the way, Is he Doctor or Mister? As early as we can get him in the morning, a weight seemed removed from him, and he spoke with greater ease and geniality than he had yet shown. He is Sir James Freer. I shall go to him myself as early as it is possible to see him, and shall ask him to come here at once. Then, turning to me, he said, "You had better let me dress your hand." "It is nothing," I said. "Nevertheless, it should be seen to. A scratch from any animal might turn out dangerous. There is nothing like being safe." I submitted. Forthwith he began to dress my hand. He examined with a magnifying glass the several parallel wounds, and compared them with the slip of blotting paper, marked with Silvio's claws, which he took from his pocket-book. He put back the paper, simply remarking, "It's a pity that Silvio slips in and out just when he shouldn't." The morning wore slowly on. By 10 o'clock Nurse Kennedy had so far recovered that she was able to sit up and talk intelligibly. But she was still hazy in her thoughts, and could not remember anything that had happened on the previous night after her taking her place by the sick bed. As yet, she seemed neither to know nor care what had happened. It was nearly 11 o'clock when Dr. Winchester returned with Sir James Freer. Somehow, I felt my heart sink when from the landing I saw them in the hall below. I knew that Miss Trelawney was to have the pain of telling yet another stranger of her ignorance of her father's life. Sir James Freer was a man who commanded attention followed by respect. He knew so thoroughly what he wanted himself that he placed at once on one side all wishes and ideas of less definite persons. The mere flash of his piercing eyes, or the set of his resolute mouth, or the lowering of his great eyebrows, seemed to compel immediate and willing obedience to his wishes. Somehow, when we had all been introduced, and he was well amongst us, all sense of mystery seemed to melt away. It was with a hopeful spirit that I saw him pass into the sick room with Dr. Winchester. They remained in the room a long time. Once they sent for the nurse, the new one, Sister Doris, but she did not remain long. Again, they both went into Nurse Kennedy's room. He sent out the nurse attendant on her. Dr. Winchester told me afterward that Nurse Kennedy, though she was ignorant of later matters, gave full and satisfactory answers to all Dr. Freer's questions relating to her patient up to the time she became unconscious. Then they went to the study, where they remained so long, and their voices raised in heated discussion seemed in such determined opposition that I began to feel uneasy. As for Miss Trelawney, she was almost in a state of collapse from nervousness before they joined us. Poor girl, she had had a sadly anxious time of it, and her nervous strength had almost broken down. They came out at last, Sir James first, his grave face looking as unenlightening as that of the Sphinx. Dr. Winchester followed him closely. His face was pale, but with that kind of pallor which looked like a reaction. It gave me the idea that it had been read not long before. Sir James asked that Miss Trelawney would come into the study. He suggested that I should come also. When we had entered, Sir James turned to me and said, "I understand from Dr. Winchester that you are a friend of Miss Trelawney, and that you have already considerable knowledge of this case. Perhaps it will be well that you should be with us. I know you already as a keen lawyer, Mr. Ross, though I never had the pleasure of meeting you, as Dr. Winchester tells me that there are some strange matters outside this case which seem to puzzle him and others, and in which he thinks you may yet be specially interested. It might be as well that you should know every phase of the case. For myself, I do not take much account of mysteries, except those of science, and as there seems to be some idea of an attempt at assassination or robbery, all I can say is that if assassins were at work, they ought to take some elementary lessons in anatomy before their next job, for they seem thoroughly ignorant. If robbery were their purpose, they seem to have worked with marvelous inefficiency. That, however, is not my business. Here he took a big pinch of snuff, and turning to Miss Trelawney, went on. Now, as to the patient. Leaving out the cause of his illness, all we can say at present is that he appears to be suffering from a marked attack of catalepsy. At present, nothing can be done except to sustain his strength. The treatment of my friend Dr. Winchester is mainly such as I approve of, and I am confident that should any slight change arise, he will be able to deal with it satisfactorily. It is an interesting case, most interesting, and should any new or abnormal development arise, I shall be happy to come at any time. There is just one thing to which I wish to call your attention, and I put it to you, Miss Trelawney, directly, since it is your responsibility. Dr. Winchester informs me that you are not yourself free in the matter, but are bound by an instruction given by your father in case just such a condition of things should arise. I would strongly advise that the patient be removed to another room, or as an alternative, that those mummies and all such things should be removed from his chamber. Why, it's enough to put any man into an abnormal condition, to have such an assemblage of horrors round him, and to breathe the atmosphere which they exhale. You have evidence already of how such mephitic odor may act. That Nurse Kennedy, I think you said, doctor, isn't yet out of her state of catalepsy. And you, Mr. Ross, have, I am told, experienced something of the same effects. I know this. Here his eyebrows came down more than ever, and his mouth hardened. If I were in charge here, I should insist on the patient having a different atmosphere, or I would throw up the case. Dr. Winchester already knows that I can only be again consulted on this condition being fulfilled. But I trust that you will see your way, as a good daughter to my mind should, to looking to your father's health and sanity, rather than to any whim of his, whether supported or not by a foregoing fear, or by any number of penny dreadful mysteries. The day has hardly come yet, I am glad to say, when the British Museum and St. Thomas's Hospital have exchanged their normal functions. Good day, Miss Trelawney. I earnestly hope that I may soon see your father restored. Remember that should you fulfill the elementary condition which I have laid down, I am at your service day or night. Good morning, Mr. Ross. I hope you will be able to report to me soon, Dr. Winchester. When he had gone, we stood silent, till the rumble of his carriage wheels died away. The first to speak was Dr. Winchester. I think it well to say that to my mind, speaking purely as a physician, he is quite right. I feel as if I could have assaulted him when he made it a condition of not giving up the case. But all the same, he is right as to treatment. He does not understand that there is something odd about this special case, and he will not realize the knot that we are all tied up in by Mr. Trelawney's instructions. Of course, he was interrupted by Miss Trelawney. Dr. Winchester, do you, too, wish to give up the case? Or are you willing to continue it under the conditions you know? Give it up, less now than ever. Miss Trelawney, I shall never give it up, so long as life is left to him or any of us. She said nothing, but held out her hand, which he took warmly. Now, said she, if Sir James Freer is a type of the cult of specialists, I want no more of them. To start with, he does not seem to know any more than you do about my father's condition. And if he were 100th part as much interested in it as you are, he would not stand on such punctilio. Of course, I am only too anxious about my poor father, and if I can see a way to meet either of Sir James Freer's conditions, I shall do so. I shall ask Mr. Marvin to come here today and advise me as to the limit of father's wishes. If he thinks I am free to act in any way on my own responsibility, I shall not hesitate to do so." Then Dr. Winchester took his leave. Miss Trelawney sat down and wrote a letter to Mr. Marvin, telling him of the state of affairs and asking him to come and see her, and to bring with him any papers which might throw any light on the subject. She sent the letter off with a carriage to bring back the solicitor. We waited with what patience we could for his coming. It is not a very long journey for oneself from Kensington Palace Gardens to Lincoln's Inn Fields, but it seemed endlessly long when waiting for someone else to take it. All things, however, are amenable to time. It was less than an hour all told when Mr. Marvin was with us. He recognized Miss Trelawney's impatience, and when he had learned sufficient of her father's illness, he said to her, "Whenever you are ready, I can go with you into particulars regarding your father's wishes." "Whenever you like," she said, with an evident ignorance of his meaning. "Why not now?" He looked at me as to a fellow man of business and stammered out, "We are not alone. I have brought Mr. Ross here on purpose," she answered. "He knows so much at present that I want him to know more." The solicitor was a little disconcerted, a thing which those knowing him only in courts would hardly have believed. He answered, however, with some hesitation, "But my dear young lady, your father's wishes. Confidence between father and child." Here she interrupted him. There was a tinge of red in her pale cheeks as she did so. "Do you really think that applies to the present circumstances, Mr. Marvin? My father never told me anything of his affairs, and I can now, in this sad extremity, only learn his wishes through a gentleman who is a stranger to me, and of whom I never even heard till I got my father's letter, written to be shown to me only in extremity. Mr. Ross is a new friend, but he has all my confidence, and I should like him to be present. Unless, of course," she added, "such a thing is forbidden by my father. Oh, forgive me, Mr. Marvin, if I seem rude, but I have been in such dreadful trouble and anxiety lately that I have hardly command of myself." She covered her eyes with her hand for a few seconds. We two men looked at each other and waited, trying to appear unmoved. She went on more firmly. She had recovered herself. Please do not think I am ungrateful to you for your kindness in coming here and so quickly. I really am grateful, and I have every confidence in your judgment. If you wish, or think it best, we can be alone." I stood up, but Mr. Marvin made a dissentient gesture. He was evidently pleased with her attitude. There was geniality in his voice and manner as he spoke. Not at all, not at all. There is no restriction on your father's part, and on my own I am quite willing. Indeed, all told, it may be better. From what you have said of Mr. Trelawney's illness and the other incidental matters, it will be well in case of any grave eventuality that it was understood from the first that circumstances were ruled by your father's own imperative instructions. For, please understand me, his instructions are imperative, most imperative. They are so unyielding that he has given me a power of attorney, under which I have undertaken to act, authorizing me to see his written wishes carried out. Please believe me once for all that he intended fully everything mentioned in that letter to you. Whilst he is alive, he is to remain in his own room, and none of his property is to be removed from it under any circumstances whatever. He has even given an inventory of the articles which are not to be displaced. Miss Trelawney was silent. She looked somewhat distressed, so, thinking that I understood the immediate cause, I asked, "May we see the list?" Miss Trelawney's face at once brightened, but it fell again as the lawyer answered promptly. He was evidently prepared for the question. Not unless I am compelled to take action on the power of attorney. Have brought that instrument with me. You will recognize Mr. Ross. He said this with a sort of business conviction which I had noticed in his professional work, as he handed me the deed. How strongly it is worded, and how the grantor made his wishes apparent in such a way as to leave no loophole. It is his own wording, except for certain legal formalities, and I assure you I have seldom seen a more ironclad document. Even I myself have no power to make the slightest relaxation of the instructions without committing a distinct breach of faith. And that, I need not tell you, is impossible. He evidently added the last words in order to prevent an appeal to his personal consideration. He did not like the seeming harshness of his words, however, for he added, "I do hope, Miss Trelawney, that you understand that I am willing, frankly and unequivocally willing, to do anything I can within the limits of my power to relieve your distress. But your father had, in all his doings, some purpose of his own which he did not disclose to me. So far as I can see, there is not a word of his instructions that he had not thought over fully. Whatever idea he had in his mind was the idea of a lifetime. He had studied it in every possible phase, and was prepared to guard it at every point. Now I fear I have distressed you, and I am truly sorry for it, for I see you have much, too much to bear already. But I have no alternative. If you want to consult me at any time about anything, I promise you I will come without a moment's delay, at any hour of the day or night. There is my private address. He scribbled in his pocketbook as he spoke, and under it the address of my club, where I am generally to be found in the evening. He tore out the paper and handed it to her. She thanked him. He shook hands with her and with me and withdrew. As soon as the hall door was shut on him, Mrs. Grant tapped at the door and came in. There was such a look of distress in her face that Miss Trelawney stood up, deadly white, and asked her, "What is it, Mrs. Grant? What is it? Any new trouble?" "I grieve to say, miss, that the servants, all but two, have given notice and want to leave the house today. They have talked the matter over among themselves. The butler has spoken for the rest. He says as how they are willing to forgo their wages, and even to pay their legal obligations instead of notice, but that go today they must. What reason do they give?" "None, miss. They say as how they're sorry, but that they've nothing to say. I asked Jane, the upper housemaid, miss, who is not with the rest, but stops on, and she tells me confidential that they've got some notion in their silly heads that the house is haunted. We ought to have laughed, but we didn't. I could not look in Miss Trelawney's face and laugh. The pain and horror, there showed no sudden paroxysm of fear. There was a fixed idea of which this was a confirmation. For myself, it seemed as if my brain had found a voice, but the voice was not complete. There was some other thought, darker and deeper, which lay behind it, whose voice had not sounded as yet. Chapter VIISuspicions. The first to get full self-command was Miss Trelawney. There was a haughty dignity in her bearing as she said, "Very well, Mrs. Grant, let them go. Pay them up to today and a month's wages. They have hitherto been very good servants, and the occasion of their leaving is not an ordinary one. We must not expect much faithfulness from anyone who is beset with fears. Those who remain are to have in future double wages, and please send these to me presently when I send word." Mrs. Grant bristled with smothered indignation. All the housekeeper in her was outraged by such generous treatment of servants who had combined to give notice. "They don't deserve it, miss, them to go on so, after the way they have been treated here. Never in my life have I seen servants so well treated or anyone so good to them and gracious to them as you have been. They might be in the household of a king for treatment. And now just as there is trouble, to go and act like this. It's abominable, that's what it is. Miss Trelawney was very gentle with her, and smothered her ruffled dignity, so that presently she went away with, in her manner, a lesser measure of hostility to the undeserving. In quite a different frame of mind, she returned presently to ask if her mistress would like her to engage a full staff of other servants, or at any rate try to do so. For you know, ma'am, she went on, when once a scare has been established in the servants' hall, it's well-nigh impossible to get rid of it. Servants may come, but they go away just as quick. There's no holding them. They simply won't stay, or even if they work out their month's notice, they lead you that life that you wish every hour of the day that you hadn't kept them. The women are bad enough, the huzzes, but the men are worse. There was neither anxiety nor indignation in Miss Trelawney's voice or manner as she said, "I think, Mrs. Grant, we had better try to do with those we have. Whilst my dear father is ill, we shall not be having any company, so that there will be only 3 now in the house to attend to. If those servants who are willing to stay are not enough, I should only get sufficient to help them to do the work. It will not, I should think, be difficult to get a few maids, perhaps some that you know already, and please bear in mind that those whom you get, and who are suitable and will stay, are henceforth to have the same wages as those who are remaining. Of course, Mrs. Grant, you well enough understand that though I do not group you in any way with the servants, the rule of double salary applies to you too." As she spoke, she extended her long, fine-shaped hand, which the other took, and then, raising it to her lips, kissed it impressively with the freedom of an elder woman to a younger. I could not but admire the generosity of her treatment of her servants. In my mind, I endorsed Mrs. Grant's sotto voce remark as she left the room. No wonder the house is like a king's house when the mistress is a princess. A princess, that was it. The idea seemed to satisfy my mind, and to bring back in a wave of light the first moment when she swept across my vision at the ball in Belgrave Square. A queenly figure, tall and slim, bending, swaying, undulating as the lily or the lotos, clad in a flowing gown of some filmy black material shot with gold. For ornament in her hair, she wore an old Egyptian jewel, a tiny crystal disc set between rising plumes carved in lapis lazuli. On her wrist was a broad bangle or bracelet of antique work in the shape of a pair of spreading wings wrought in gold, with the feathers made of colored gems. For all her gracious bearing toward me, when our hostess introduced me. I was then afraid of her. It was only when later, at the picnic on the river, I had come to realize her sweet and gentle, that my awe changed to something else. For a while she sat, making some notes or memoranda. Then, putting them away, she sent for the faithful servants. I thought that she had better have this interview alone, and so left her. When I came back, there were traces of tears in her eyes. The next phase in which I had a part was even more disturbing and infinitely more painful. Late in the afternoon, Sergeant Daw came into the study where I was sitting. After closing the door carefully and looking all round the room to make certain that we were alone, he came close to me. "What is it?" I asked him. "I see you wish to speak to me privately." "Quite so, sir." "May I speak in absolute confidence?" "Of course you may." "In anything that is for the good of Miss Trelawney. And of course, Mr. Trelawney, you may be perfectly frank. Take it that we both want to serve them to the best of our powers." He hesitated before replying. "Of course you know that I have my duty to do, and I think you know me well enough to know that I will do it. I am a policeman, a detective, and it is my duty to find out the facts of any case I am put on, without fear or favor to anyone. I would rather speak to you alone in confidence, if I may, without reference to any duty of anyone to anyone, except mine to Scotland Yard." Of course," I answered mechanically, my heart sinking. I did not know why. "Be quite frank with me. I assure you of my confidence." "Thank you, sir. I take it that what I say is not to pass beyond you, not to anyone. Not to Miss Trelawney herself, or even to Mr. Trelawney when he becomes well again. Certainly, if you make it a condition." I said a little more stiffly. The man recognized the change in my voice or manner, and said apologetically, "Excuse me, sir, but I am going outside my duty in speaking to you at all on the subject. I know you, however, of old, and I feel that I can trust you. Not your word, sir. That is all right, but your discretion." I bowed. "Go on," I said. He began at once. "I have gone over this case, sir, till my brain begins to reel, but I can't find any ordinary solution of it. At the time of each attempt, no one has seemingly come into the house, and certainly no one has got out. What does it strike you is the inference? That the somebody or the something was in the house already?" Answered, smiling in spite of myself. "That's just what I think," he said, with a manifest sigh of relief. Very well. Who can be that someone? Someone or something, was what I said, I answered. Let us make it someone, Mr. Ross. That cat, though he might have scratched or bit, never pulled the old gentleman out of bed and tried to get the bangle with the key off his arm. Such things are all very well in books where your amateur detectives, who know everything before it's done, can fit them into theories. But in Scotland Yard, where the men aren't all idiots either, we generally find that when crime is done or attempted, it's people, not things, that are at the bottom of it. Then make it people, by all means, Sergeant. We were speaking of someone, sir. Quite right, someone be it. Did it ever strike you, sir, that on each of the 3 separate occasions where outrage was effected or attempted, there was one person who was the first to be present and to give the alarm? Let me see. Miss Trelawney, I believe, gave the alarm on the first occasion. I was present myself, if fast asleep, on the second, and so was Nurse Kennedy. When I woke, there were several people in the room. You were one of them. Understand that on that occasion also Miss Trelawney was before you. At the last attempt, I was in the room when Miss Trelawney fainted. I carried her out and went back. In returning, I was first, and I think you were close behind me. Sergeant Daw thought for a moment before replying. She was present, or first, in the room on all the occasions. There was only damage done in the first and second. The inference was one which I, as a lawyer, could not mistake. I thought the best thing to do was to meet it halfway. I have always found that the best way to encounter an inference is to cause it to be turned into a statement. You mean, I said, that as on the only occasions when actual harm was done, Miss Trelawney's being the first to discover it is a proof that she did it, or was in some way connected with the attempt, as well as the discovery. I didn't venture to put it as clear as that, but that is where the doubt which I had leads. Sergeant Daw was a man of courage. He evidently did not shrink from any conclusion of his reasoning on facts. We were both silent for a while. Fears began crowding in on my own mind. Not doubts of Miss Trelawney, or of any act of hers, but fears lest such acts should be misunderstood. There was evidently a mystery somewhere, and if no solution to it could be found, the doubt would be cast on someone. In such cases, the guesses of the majority are bound to follow the line of least resistance. And if it could be proved that any personal gain to anyone could follow Mr. Trelawney's death, should such ensue, it might prove a difficult task for anyone to prove innocence in the face of suspicious facts. I found myself instinctively taking that deferential course, which, until the plan of battle of the prosecution is unfolded, is so safe an attitude for the defense. It would never do for me at this stage to combat any theories which a detective might form. I could best help Miss Trelawney by listening and understanding. When the time should come for the dissipation and obliteration of the theories, I should be quite willing to use all my militant ardor and all the weapons at my command. You will, of course, do your duty, I know, I said. And without fear, what course do you intend to take? I don't know as yet, sir. You see, up to now, it isn't with me even a suspicion. If anyone else told me that that sweet young lady had a hand in such a matter, I would think him a fool. But I am bound to follow my own conclusions. I know well that just as unlikely persons have been proved guilty when a whole court, all except the prosecution who knew the facts, and the judge who had taught his mind to wait, would have sworn to innocence. I wouldn't, for all the world, wrong such a young lady, more especial when she has such a cruel weight to bear. And you will be sure that I won't say a word that'll prompt anyone else to make such a charge. That's why I speak to you in confidence, man to man. You are skilled in proofs. That is your profession. Mine only gets so far as suspicions, and what we call our own proofs, which are nothing but ex parte evidence after all. You know Miss Trelawney better than I do. And though I watch round the sick room and go where I like about the house and in and out of it, I haven't the same opportunities as you have of knowing the lady and what her life is, or her means are, or of anything else which might give me a clue to her actions. If I were to try to find out from her, it would at once arouse her suspicions. Then, if she were guilty, all possibility of ultimate proof would go, for she would easily find a way to baffle discovery. But if she be innocent, as I hope she is, it would be doing a cruel wrong to accuse her. I have thought the matter over according to my lights before I spoke to you. And if I have taken a liberty, sir, I am truly sorry. No liberty in the world, Daw, I said warmly, for the man's courage and honesty and consideration compelled respect. I am glad you have spoken to me so frankly. We both want to find out the truth, and there is so much about this case that is strange, so strange as to go beyond all experiences, that to aim at truth is our only chance of making anything clear in the long run, no matter what our views are, or what object we wish to achieve ultimately. The sergeant looked pleased as he went on. I thought, therefore, that if you had it once in your mind that somebody else held to such a possibility, you would by degrees get proof, or at any rate such ideas as would convince yourself, either for or against it. Then we would come to some conclusion, or at any rate we should so exhaust all other possibilities that the most likely one would remain as the nearest thing to proof, or strong suspicion, that we could get. After that, we should have to. Just at this moment, the door opened, and Miss Trelawney entered the room. The moment she saw us, she drew back quickly, saying, "Oh, I beg pardon. I did not know you were here and engaged." By the time I had stood up, she was about to go back. "Do come in," I said. "Sergeant Daw and I were only talking matters over." Whilst she was hesitating, Mrs. Grant appeared, saying as she entered the room, "Dr. Winchester is come, miss, and is asking for you." I obeyed Miss Trelawney's look. Together we left the room. When the doctor had made his examination, he told us that there was seemingly no change. He added that nevertheless he would like to stay in the house that night if he might. Miss Trelawney looked glad and sent word to Mrs. Grant to get a room ready for him. Later in the day, when he and I happened to be alone together, he said suddenly, "I have arranged to stay here tonight because I want to have a talk with you. And as I wish it to be quite private, I thought the least suspicious way would be to have a cigar together late in the evening when Miss Trelawney is watching her father." We still kept to our arrangement that either the sick man's daughter or I should be on watch all night. We were to share the duty at the early hours of the morning. I was anxious about this, for I knew from our conversation that the detective would watch in secret himself and would be particularly alert about that time. The day passed uneventfully. Miss Trelawney slept in the afternoon, and after dinner went to relieve the nurse. Mrs. Grant remained with her, Sergeant Daw being on duty in the corridor. Dr. Winchester and I took our coffee in the library. When we had lit our cigars, he said quietly, "Now that we are alone, I want to have a confidential talk. We are tiled, of course, for the present at all events." "Quite so," I said, my heart sinking as I thought of my conversation with Sergeant Daw in the morning, and of the disturbing and harrowing fears which it had left in my mind. He went on, "This case is enough to try the sanity of all of us concerned in it. The more I think of it, the madder I seem to get. And the two lines, each continually strengthened, seem to pull harder in opposite directions. What 2 lines? He looked at me keenly for a moment before replying. Dr. Winchester's look at such moments was apt to be disconcerting. It would have been so to me had I had a personal part, other than my interest in Miss Trelawney, in the matter. As it was, however, I stood it unruffled. I was now an attorney in the case, an amicus curiae in one sense, in another retained for the defense. The mere thought that in this clever man's mind were 2 lines, equally strong and opposite, was in itself so consoling as to neutralize my anxiety as to a new attack. As he began to speak, the doctor's face wore an inscrutable smile. This, however, gave place to a stern gravity as he proceeded. 2 lines, fact and fancy. In the first, there is this whole thing attacks, attempts at robbery and murder stupefyings, organized catalepsy, which points to either criminal hypnotism and thought suggestion, or some simple form of poisoning, unclassified, yet in our toxicology. In the other, there is some influence at work, which is not classified in any book that I know outside the pages of romance. I never felt in my life so strongly the truth of Hamlet's words. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Let us take the fact side first. Here we have a man in his home amidst his own household, plenty of servants of different classes in the house, which forbids the possibility of an organized attempt made from the servants' hall. He is wealthy, learned, clever. From his physiognomy, there is no doubting that he is a man of iron will and determined purpose. His daughter, his only child, I take it, a young girl bright and clever, is sleeping in the very next room to his. There is seemingly no possible reason for expecting any attack or disturbance of any kind, and no reasonable opportunity for any outsider to effect it. And yet, we have an attack made, a brutal and remorseless attack, made in the middle of the night. Discovery is quickly made with that rapidity which in criminal cases generally is found to be not accidental, but of premeditated intent. The attacker or attackers are manifestly disturbed before the completion of their work, whatever their ultimate intent may have been. And yet, there is no possible sign of their escape, no clue, no disturbance of anything, no open door or window, no sound. Nothing whatever to show who had done the deed, or even that a deed has been done, except the victim and his surroundings incidental to the deed. The next night, a similar attempt is made, though the house is full of wakeful people, and though there are on watch in the room and around it a detective officer, a trained nurse, an earnest friend, and the man's own daughter. The nurse is thrown into a catalepsy, and the watching friend, though protected by a respirator, into a deep sleep. Even the detective is so far overcome with some phase of stupor that he fires off his pistol in the sick room and can't even tell what he thought he was firing at. That respirator of yours is the only thing that seems to have a bearing on the fact side of the affair. That you did not lose your head as the others did the effect, in such case being in proportion to the amount of time each remained in the room, points to the probability that the stupefying medium was not hypnotic, whatever else it may have been. But again, there is a fact which is contradictory. Miss Trelawney, who was in the room more than any of you, for she was in and out all the time, and did her share of permanent watching also, did not seem to be affected at all. This would show that the influence, whatever it is, does not affect generally, unless, of course, it was that she was in some way inured to it. If it should turn out that it be some strange exhalation from some of those Egyptian curios, that might account for it. Only, we are then face to face with the fact that Mr. Trelawney, who was most of all in the room, who, in fact, lived more than half his life in it, was affected worst of all. What kind of influence could it be which would account for all these different and contradictory effects? No. The more I think of this form of the dilemma, the more I am bewildered. Why, even if it were that the attack, the physical attack, on Mr. Trelawney had been made by someone residing in the house, and not within the sphere of suspicion, the oddness of the stupefyings would still remain a mystery. It is not easy to put anyone into a catalepsy. Indeed, so far as is known yet in science, there is no way to achieve such an object at will. The crux of the whole matter is Miss Trelawney, who seems to be subject to none of the influences, or possibly of the variants of the same influence at work. Through all she goes unscathed, except for that one slight semi-faint. It is most strange. I listened with a sinking heart, for though his manner was not illuminative of distrust, his argument was disturbing. Although it was not so direct as the suspicion of the detective, it seemed to single out Miss Trelawney as different from all others concerned. And in a mystery to be alone is to be suspected, ultimately, if not immediately. I thought it better not to say anything. In such a case, silence is indeed golden. And if I said nothing now, I might have less to defend or explain. or take back later. I was, therefore, secretly glad that his form of putting his argument did not require any answer from me for the present, at all events. Dr. Winchester did not seem to expect any answer, a fact which, when I recognized it, gave me pleasure. I hardly knew why. He paused for a while, sitting with his chin in his hand, his eyes staring at vacancy, whilst his brows were fixed. His cigar was held limp between his fingers. He had apparently forgotten it. In an even voice, as though commencing exactly where he had left off, he resumed his argument. The other horn of the dilemma is a different affair altogether, and if we once enter on it, we must leave everything in the shape of science and experience behind us. I confess that it has its fascinations for me, though at every new thought I find myself romancing in a way that makes me pull up suddenly and look facts resolutely in the face. I sometimes wonder whether the influence or emanation from the sick room at times affects me as it did the others, the detective, for instance. Of course, it may be that if it is anything chemical, any drug, for example, in vaporeal form, its effects may be cumulative. But then, what could there be that could produce such an effect? The room is, I know, full of mummy smell, and no wonder, with so many relics from the tomb, let alone the actual mummy of that animal which Silvio attacked by the way. I am going to test him tomorrow. I have been on the trace of a mummy cat, and am to get possession of it in the morning. When I bring it here, we shall find out if it be a fact that racial instinct can survive a few thousand years in the grave. However, to get back to the subject in hand, these very mummy smells arise from the presence of substances and combinations of substances which the Egyptian priests, who were the learned men and scientists of their time, found by the experience of centuries to be strong enough to arrest the natural forces of decay. There must be powerful agencies at work to effect such a purpose, and it is possible that we may have here some rare substance or combination whose qualities and powers are not understood in this later and more prosaic age. I wonder if Mr. Trelawney has any knowledge or even suspicion of such a kind. I only know this for certain, that a worse atmosphere for a sick chamber could not possibly be imagined, and I admire the courage of Sir James Freer in refusing to have anything to do with a case under such conditions. These instructions of Mr. Trelawney to his daughter, and from what you have told me, the care with which he has protected his wishes through his solicitor, show that he suspected something, at any rate. indeed, it would almost seem as if he expected something to happen. I wonder if it would be possible to learn anything about that. Surely his papers would show or suggest something. It is a difficult matter to tackle, but it might have to be done. His present condition cannot go on forever, and if anything should happen, there would have to be an inquest. In such case, full examination would have to be made into everything. As it stands, the police evidence would show a murderous attack more than once repeated. As no clue is apparent, it would be necessary to seek one in a motive. He was silent. The last words seemed to come in a lower and lower tone as he went on. It had the effect of hopelessness. It came to me as a conviction that now was my time to find out if he had any definite suspicion. And as if in obedience to some command, I asked, "Do you suspect anyone?" He seemed in a way startled rather than surprised as he turned his eyes on me. "Suspect anyone? Anything, you mean?" "I certainly suspect that there is some influence, but at present my suspicion is held within such limit. Later on, if there be any sufficiently definite conclusion to my reasoning or my thinking, for there are not proper data for reasoning, I may suspect. At present, however," he stopped suddenly and looked at the door. There was a faint sound as the handle turned. My own heart seemed to stand still. There was over me some grim, vague apprehension. The interruption in the morning when I was talking with the detective came back upon me with a rush. The door opened, and Miss Trelawney entered the room. When she saw us, she started back, and a deep flush swept her face. For a few seconds she paused. At such a time, a few succeeding seconds seemed to lengthen in geometrical progression. The strain upon me, and as I could easily see, on the doctor also, relaxed as she spoke. "Oh, forgive me. I did not know that you were engaged. I was looking for you, Dr. Winchester, to ask you if I might go to bed tonight with safety, as you will be here. I feel so tired and worn out that I fear I may break down, and tonight I would certainly not be of any use." Dr. Winchester answered heartily, Do go to bed by all means, and get a good night's sleep. God knows you want it. I am more than glad you have made the suggestion, for I feared when I saw you tonight that I might have you on my hands, a patient next." She gave a sigh of relief, and the tired look seemed to melt from her face. Never shall I forget the deep, earnest look in her great, beautiful black eyes as she said to me, You will guard Father tonight, won't you, with Dr. Winchester? I am so anxious about him that every second brings new fears. But I am really worn out, and if I don't get a good sleep, I think I shall go mad. I will change my room for tonight. I'm afraid that if I stay so close to Father's room, I shall multiply every sound into a new terror. But of course, you will have me waked if there be any cause. I shall be in the bedroom of the little suite next the boudoir off the hall. I had those rooms when first I came to live with Father, and I had no care then. It will be easier to rest there, and perhaps for a few hours I may forget. I shall be all right in the morning. Good night. When I had closed the door behind her and come back to the little table at which we had been sitting, Dr. Winchester said, "That poor girl is overwrought to a terrible degree. I am delighted that she is to get a rest. It will be life to her, and in the morning she will be all right. Her nervous system is on the verge of a breakdown. Did you notice how fearfully disturbed she was, and how red she got when she came in and found us talking? An ordinary thing like that, in her own house with her own guests, wouldn't under normal circumstances disturb her. I was about to tell him, as an explanation in her defense, how her entrance was a repetition of her finding the detective and myself alone together earlier in the day. When I remembered that that conversation was so private that even an allusion to it might be awkward in evoking curiosity. So I remained silent. We stood up to go to the sick room. But as we took our way through the dimly lighted corridor, I could not help thinking, again and again and again, and for many a day after, how strange it was that she had interrupted me on 2 such occasions when touching on such a theme. There was certainly some strange web of accidents in whose meshes we were all involved. Chapter VIII, The Traveler's Loss. That night everything went well. Knowing that Miss Trelawney herself was not on guard, Dr. Winchester and I doubled our vigilance. The nurses and Mrs. Grant kept watch, and the detectives made their visit each quarter of an hour. All night the patient remained in his trance. He looked healthy, and his chest rose and fell with the easy breathing of a child. But he never stirred. Only for his breathing he might have been of marble. Dr. Winchester and I wore our respirators, and irksome they were on that intolerably hot night. Between midnight and 3 o'clock I felt anxious, and had once more that creepy feeling to which these last few nights had accustomed me. But the gray of the dawn, stealing round the edges of the blinds, came with inexpressible relief, followed by restfulness, went through the household. During the hot night, my ears, strained to every sound, had been almost painfully troubled, as though my brain or sensoria were in anxious touch with them. Every breath of the nurse, or the rustle of her dress, every soft pat of slippered feet, as the policeman went his rounds, every moment of watching life, seemed to be a new impetus to guardianship. Something of the same feeling must have been abroad in the house. Now and again, I could hear upstairs the sound of restless feet, and more than once downstairs the opening of a window. With the coming of the dawn, however, all this ceased, and the whole household seemed to rest. Dr. Winchester went home when Sister Doris came to relieve Mrs. Grant. He was, I think, a little disappointed or chagrined that nothing of an exceptional nature had happened during his long night vigil. At 8 o'clock, Miss Trelawney joined us, and I was amazed as well as delighted to see how much good her night's sleep had done her. She was fairly radiant, just as I had seen her at our first meeting and at the picnic. There was even a suggestion of color in her cheeks, which, however, looked startlingly white in contrast with her black brows and scarlet lips. With her restored strength, there seemed to have come a tenderness even exceeding that which she had at first shown to her sick father. I could not but be moved by the loving touches as she fixed his pillows and brushed the hair from his forehead. I was wearied out myself with my long spell of watching, and now that she was on guard, I started off to bed, blinking my tired eyes in the full light and feeling the weariness of a sleepless night on me all at once. I had a good sleep, and after lunch I was about to start out to walk to Jermyn Street when I noticed an importunate man at the hall door. The servant in charge was the one called Morris, formerly the odd man. But since the exodus of the servants promoted to be butler pro tem, the stranger was speaking rather loudly, so that there was no difficulty in understanding his grievance. The servant man was respectful in both words and demeanor, but he stood squarely in front of the great double door, so that the other could not enter. The first words which I heard from the visitor sufficiently explained the situation. "That's all very well, but I tell you I must see Mr. Trelawney." "What is the use of your saying I can't when I tell you I must? You put me off and off and off. I came here at 9. You said then that he was not up, and that, as he was not well, he could not be disturbed. I came at 12, and you told me again he was not up. I asked then to see any of his household. You told me that Miss Trelawney was not up. come again at 3, and you tell me he is still in bed and is not awake yet. Where is Miss Trelawney? She is occupied and must not be disturbed. Well, she must be disturbed, or someone must. I am here about Mr. Trelawney's special business, and I have come from a place where servants always begin by saying no. No isn't good enough for me this time. I've had 3 years of it, waiting outside doors and tents when it took longer to get in than it did into the tombs. And then you would think, too, the men inside were as dead as the mummies. I've had about enough of it, I tell you. And when I come home and find the door of the man I've been working for barred, in just the same way and with the same old answers, it stirs me up the wrong way. Did Mr. Trelawney leave orders that he would not see me when I should come? He paused and excitedly mopped his forehead. The servant answered very respectfully, "I am very sorry, sir, if in doing my duty I have given any offense, but I have my orders and must obey them. If you would like to leave any message, I will give it to Miss Trelawney, and if you will leave your address, she can communicate with you if she wishes." The answer came in such a way that it was easy to see that the speaker was a kind-hearted man, and a just one. "My good fellow, I have no fault to find with you personally, and I am sorry if I have hurt your feelings. I must be just, even if I am angry. But it is enough to anger any man to find himself in the position I am. Time is pressing. There is not an hour, not a minute to lose. And yet here I am, kicking my heels for 6 hours, knowing all the time that your master will be 100 times angrier than I am when he hears how the time has been fooled away. He would rather be waked out of 1,000 sleeps than not see me just at present, and before it is too late. My God, it's simply dreadful, after all I've gone through, to have my work spoiled at the last and be foiled in the very doorway by a stupid flunky. Is there no one with sense in the house, or with authority, even if he hasn't got sense? Could mighty soon convince him that your master must be awakened, even if he sleeps like the 7 sleepers. There was no mistaking the man's sincerity, or the urgency and importance of his business, from his point of view at any rate. I stepped forward. "Morris," I said, "you had better tell Miss Trelawney that this gentleman wants to see her particularly. If she is busy, ask Mrs. Grant to tell her." "Very good, sir," he answered in a tone of relief, and hurried away. I took the stranger into the little boudoir across the hall. As we went, he asked me, "Are you the secretary?" "No, I am a friend of Miss Trelawney, S. My name is Ross." "Thank you very much, Mr. Ross, for your kindness," he said. "My name is Corbeck. I would give you my card, but they don't use cards where I've come from. And if I had had any, I suppose they, too, would have gone last night." He stopped suddenly, as though conscious that he had said too much. We both remained silent. As we waited, I took stock of him. A short, sturdy man, brown as a coffee berry, possibly inclined to be fat, but now lean exceedingly. The deep wrinkles in his face and neck were not merely from time and exposure. There were those unmistakable signs where flesh or fat has fallen away, and the skin has become loose. The neck was simply an intricate surface of seams and wrinkles, and sun-scarred with the burning of the desert. The Far East, the tropic seasons, and the desert each can have its color mark. But all three are quite different, and an eye which has once known can thenceforth easily distinguish them. The dusky pallor of one, the fierce red-brown of the other, and of the third, the dark, ingrained burning, as though it had become a permanent color. Mr. Corbeck had a big head, massive and full, with shaggy, dark red-brown hair, but bald on the temples. His forehead was a fine one, high and broad, with, to use the terms of physiognomy, the frontal sinus boldly marked. The squareness of it showed ratiocination, and the fullness under the eyes language. He had the short, broad nose that marks energy, the square chin, marked despite a thick, unkempt beard, and massive jaw that showed great resolution. No bad man for the desert, I thought as I looked. Miss Trelawney came very quickly. When Mr. Corbeck saw her, he seemed somewhat surprised, but his annoyance and excitement had not disappeared. Quite enough remained to cover up any such secondary and purely exoteric feeling as surprise. But as she spoke, he never took his eyes off her, and I made a mental note that I would find some early opportunity of investigating the cause of his surprise. She began with an apology which quite smoothed down his ruffled feelings. Of course, had my father been well, you would not have been kept waiting. Indeed, had not I been on duty in the sick room when you called the first time, I should have seen you at once. Now, will you kindly tell me what is the matter which so presses? He looked at me and hesitated. She spoke at once. You may say before Mr. Ross anything which you can tell me. He has my fullest confidence and is helping me in my trouble. I do not think you quite understand how serious my father's condition is. For 3 days he has not waked or given any sign of consciousness, and I am in terrible trouble about him. Unhappily, I am in great ignorance of my father and his life. I only came to live with him a year ago, and I know nothing whatever of his affairs. I do not even know who you are, or in what way your business is associated with him." She said this with a little deprecating smile, all conventional and altogether graceful, as though to express in the most genuine way her absurd ignorance. He looked steadily at her for perhaps a quarter of a minute. Then he spoke, beginning at once as though his mind were made up and his confidence established. "My name is Eugene Corbeck. I am a Master of Arts and Doctor of Laws, and Master of Surgery of Cambridge, Doctor of Letters of Oxford, Doctor of Science, and Doctor of Languages of London University, Doctor of Philosophy of Berlin, Doctor of Oriental Languages of Paris. I have some other degrees, honorary and otherwise, but I need not trouble you with them. Those I have named will show you that I am sufficiently feathered with diplomas to fly into even a sick room. Early in life, fortunately for my interests and pleasures, but unfortunately for my pocket, I fell in with Egyptology. I must have been bitten by some powerful scarab, for I took it bad. I went out tomb hunting and managed to get a living of a sort, and to learn some things that you can't get out of books. I was in pretty low water when I met your father, who was doing some explorations on his own account. And since then, I haven't found that I have many unsatisfied wants. He is a real patron of the arts. No mad Egyptologist can ever hope for a better chief. He spoke with feeling, and I was glad to see that Miss Trelawney colored up with pleasure at the praise of her father. I could not help noticing, however, that Mr. Corbeck was, in a measure, speaking as if against time. I took it that he wished, while speaking, to study his ground, to see how far he would be justified in taking into confidence the two strangers before him. As he went on, I could see that his confidence kept increasing. When I thought of it afterward and remembered what he had said, I realized that the measure of the information which he gave us marked his growing trust. I have been several times out on expeditions in Egypt for your father, and I have always found it a delight to work for him. Many of his treasures, and he has some rare ones, I tell you, he has procured through me, either by my exploration or by purchase, or otherwise. Your father, Miss Trelawney, has a rare knowledge. He sometimes makes up his mind that he wants to find a particular thing, of whose existence, if it still exists, he has become aware, and he will follow it all over the world till he gets it. I've been on just such a chase now. He stopped suddenly as though his mouth had been shut by the jerk of a string. We waited. When he went on, he spoke with a caution that was new to him, as though he wished to forestall our asking any questions. I am not at liberty to mention anything of my mission, where it was to, what it was for, or anything at all about it. Such matters are in confidence between Mr. Trelawney and myself. I am pledged to absolute secrecy. He paused, and an embarrassed look crept over his face. Suddenly he said, "You are sure, Miss Trelawney, your father is not well enough to see me today?" A look of wonderment was on her face in turn. But it cleared at once. She stood up, saying in a tone in which dignity and graciousness were blended, "Come and see for yourself." She moved toward her father's room. He followed, and I brought up the rear. Mr. Corbeck entered the sick room as though he knew it. There is an unconscious attitude or bearing to persons in new surroundings which there is no mistaking. Even in his anxiety to see his powerful friend, he glanced for a moment round the room, as at a familiar place. Then all his attention became fixed on the bed. I watched him narrowly, for somehow I felt that on this man depended much of our enlightenment regarding the strange matter in which we were involved. It was not that I doubted him. The man was of transparent honesty. It was this very quality which we had to dread. He was of that courageous, fixed trueness to his undertaking, that if he should deem it his duty to guard a secret, he would do it to the last. The case before us was, at least, an unusual one, and it would, consequently, require more liberal recognition of bounds of the duty of secrecy than would hold under ordinary conditions. To us, ignorance was helplessness. If we could learn anything of the past, we might at least form some idea of the conditions antecedent to the attack, and might so achieve some means of helping the patient to recovery. There were curios which might be removed. My thoughts were beginning to whirl once again. I pulled myself up sharply and watched. There was a look of infinite pity on the sun-stained, rugged face as he gazed at his friend, lying so helpless. The sternness of Mr. Trelawney's face had not relaxed in sleep, but somehow it made the helplessness more marked. It would not have troubled one to see a weak or an ordinary face under such conditions, but this purposeful, masterful man, lying before us wrapped in impenetrable sleep, had all the pathos of a great ruin. The sight was not a new one to us, but I could see that Miss Trelawney, like myself, was moved afresh by it in the presence of the stranger. Mr. Corbeck's face grew stern. All the pity died away. and in its stead came a grim, hard look which boded ill for whoever had been the cause of this mighty downfall. This look in turn gave place to one of decision. The volcanic energy of the man was working to some definite purpose. He glanced around at us, and as his eyes lighted on Nurse Kennedy, his eyebrows went up a trifle. She noted the look and glanced interrogatively at Miss Trelawney, who flashed back a reply with a glance. She went quietly from the room, closing the door behind her. Mr. Corbeck looked first at me, with a strong man's natural impulse to learn from a man rather than a woman, then at Miss Trelawney, with a remembrance of the duty of courtesy, and said, "Tell me all about it, how it began and when." Miss Trelawney looked at me appealingly, and forthwith I told him all that I knew. He seemed to make no motion during the whole time, but insensibly the bronze face became steel. When, at the end, I told him of Mr. Marvin's visit and of the power of attorney, his look began to brighten. And when, seeing his interest in the matter, I went more into detail as to its terms, he spoke. "Good, now I know where my duty lies." With a sinking heart, I heard him. Such a phrase, coming at such a time, seemed to close the door to my hopes of enlightenment. "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling that my question was a feeble one. His answer emphasized my fears. "Trelawney knows what he is doing. He had some definite purpose in all that he did, and we must not thwart him. He evidently expected something to happen and guarded himself at all points." "Not at all points," I said impulsively. "There must have been a weak spot somewhere, or he wouldn't be lying here like that." Somehow his impassiveness surprised me. I had expected that he would find a valid argument in my phrase, but it did not move him, at least not in the way I thought. Something like a smile flickered over his swarthy face as he answered me. "This is not the end." Trelawney did not guard himself to no purpose. Doubtless, he expected this too, or at any rate the possibility of it. Do you know what he expected, or from what source? The questioner was Miss Trelawney. The answer came at once. "No, I know nothing of either. I can guess." He stopped suddenly. "Guess what?" The suppressed excitement in the girl's voice was akin to anguish. The steely look came over the swarthy face again, but there was tenderness and courtesy in both voice and manner as he replied, "Believe me, I would do anything I honestly could to relieve your anxiety. But in this, I have a higher duty." "What duty?" Silence. As he spoke the word, the strong mouth closed like a steel trap. We all remained silent for a few minutes. In the intensity of our thinking, the silence became a positive thing. The small sounds of life within and without the house seemed intrusive. The first to break it was Miss Trelawney. I had seen an idea, a hope flash in her eyes, but she steadied herself before speaking. What was the urgent subject on which you wanted to see me? Knowing that my father was not available. The pause showed her mastery of her thoughts. The instantaneous change in Mr. Corbeck was almost ludicrous. His start of surprise, coming close upon his ironclad impassiveness, was like a pantomimic change. But all idea of comedy was swept away by the tragic earnestness with which he remembered his original purpose. "My God," he said, as he raised his hand from the chair back on which it rested, and beat it down with a violence which would in itself have arrested attention. His brows corrugated as he went on. "I quite forgot. What a loss. Now of all times, just at the moment of success, he lying there helpless, and my tongue tied, not able to raise hand or foot in my ignorance of his wishes. What is it? Oh, do tell us. I am so anxious about my dear father. Is it any new trouble? I hope not. Oh, I hope not. I have had such anxiety and trouble already. It alarms me afresh to hear you speak, so won't you tell me something to allay this terrible anxiety and uncertainty?" He drew his sturdy form up to his full height as he said, "Alas, I cannot, may not tell you anything. It is his secret." He pointed to the bed. And yet I came here for his advice, his counsel, his assistance. And he lies there helpless, and time is flying by us. It may soon be too late. What is it? What is it? Broke in Miss Trelawney in a sort of passion of anxiety, her face drawn with pain. Oh, speak. Say something. This anxiety and horror and mystery are killing me. Mr. Corbeck calmed himself by a great effort. I may not tell you details, but I have had a great loss. My mission, in which I have spent 3 years, was successful. I discovered all that I sought and more, and brought them home with me safely, treasures, priceless in themselves, but doubly precious to him, by whose wishes and instructions I sought them. I arrived in London only last night, and when I woke this morning, my precious charge was stolen in some mysterious way. Not a soul in London knew that I was arriving. No one but myself knew what was in the shabby portmanteau that I carried. My room had but one door, and that I locked and bolted. The room was high in the house, 5 stories up, so that no entrance could have been obtained by the window. Indeed, I had closed the window myself and shut the hasp, for I wished to be secure in every way. This morning the hasp was untouched, and yet my portmanteau was empty. The lamps were gone. There, it is out. I went to Egypt to search for a set of antique lamps, which Mr. Trelawney wished to trace. With incredible labor, and through many dangers, I followed them. I brought them safe home, and now he turned away much moved. Even his iron nature was breaking down under the sense of loss. Miss Trelawney stepped over and laid her hand on his arm. I looked at her in amazement. All the passion and pain which had so moved her seemed to have taken the form of resolution. Her form was erect, her eyes blazed, energy was manifest in every nerve and fiber of her being. Even her voice was full of nervous power as she spoke. It was apparent that she was a marvelously strong woman, and that her strength could answer when called upon. We must act at once. My father's wishes must be carried out if it is possible to us. Mr. Ross, you are a lawyer. We have actually in the house a man whom you consider one of the best detectives in London. Surely we can do something. We can begin at once. Mr. Corbeck took new life from her enthusiasm. Good, you are your father's daughter, was all he said. But his admiration for her energy was manifested by the impulsive way in which he took her hand. I moved over to the door. I was going to bring Sergeant Daw, and from her look of approval, I knew that Margaret, Miss Trelawney, understood. I was at the door when Mr. Corbeck called me back. "One moment," he said, "before we bring a stranger on the scene. It must be borne in mind that he is not to know what you know now, that the lamps were the objects of a prolonged and difficult and dangerous search. All I can tell him, all that he must know from any source, is that some of my property has been stolen. I must describe some of the lamps, especially one, for it is of gold, and my fear is lest the thief, ignorant of its historic worth, may, in order to cover up his crime, have it melted. I would willingly pay 10, 20, 100, 1,000 times its intrinsic value rather than have it destroyed. I shall tell him only what is necessary. So, please, let me answer any questions he may ask, unless, of course, I ask you or refer to either of you for the answer." We both nodded acquiescence. Then a thought struck me, and I said, "By the way, if it be necessary to keep this matter quiet, it will be better to have it, if possible, a private job for the detective. If once a thing gets to Scotland Yard, it is out of our power to keep it quiet. and further secrecy may be impossible. I shall sound Sergeant Daw before he comes up. If I say nothing, it will mean that he accepts the task and will deal with it privately. Mr. Corbeck answered at once. Secrecy is everything. The one thing I dread is that the lamps, or some of them, may be destroyed at once. To my intense astonishment, Miss Trelawney spoke out at once, but quietly, in a decided voice. They will not be destroyed, nor any of them. Mr. Corbeck actually smiled in amazement. How on earth do you know? He asked. Her answer was still more incomprehensible. I don't know how I know it, but know it I do. I feel it all through me, as though it were a conviction which has been with me all my life. Chapter VIIThe, The Finding of the Lamps. Sergeant Daw at first made some demur, but finally agreed to advise privately on a matter which might be suggested to him. He added that I was to remember that he only undertook to advise, for if action were required, he might have to refer the matter to headquarters. With this understanding, I left him in the study and brought Miss Trelawney and Mr. Corbeck to him. Nurse Kennedy resumed her place at the bedside before we left the room. I could not but admire the cautious, cool-headed precision with which the traveler stated his case. He did not seem to conceal anything, and yet he gave the least possible description of the objects missing. He did not enlarge on the mystery of the case. He seemed to look on it as an ordinary hotel theft, knowing, as I did, that his one object was to recover the articles before their identity could be obliterated, could see the rare intellectual skill with which he gave the necessary matter, and held back all else, though without seeming to do so. Truly, thought I, this man has learned the lesson of the Eastern bazaars, and with Western intellect has improved upon his masters. He quite conveyed his idea to the detective, who, after thinking the matter over for a few moments, said, "Pot or scale, that is the question. What does that mean?" asked the other, keenly alert. An old thieves' phrase from Birmingham. I thought that in these days of slang, everyone knew that. In old times at Brum, which had a lot of small metal industries, the gold and silversmiths used to buy metal from almost anyone who came along, and as metal in small quantities could generally be had cheap when they didn't ask where it came from, it got to be a custom to ask only one thing: whether the customer wanted the goods melted, in which case the buyer made the price, and the melting pot was always on the fire. If it was to be preserved in its present state at the buyer's option. It went into the scale and fetched standard price for old metal. There is a good deal of such work done still, and in other places than Brum. When we're looking for stolen watches, we often come across the works, and it's not possible to identify wheels and springs out of a heap. But it's not often that we come across cases that are wanted. Now, in the present instance, much will depend on whether the thief is a good man. That's what they call a man who knows his work. A first-class crook will know whether a thing is of more value than merely the metal in it. And in such case, he would put it with someone who could place it later on in America or France, perhaps. By the way, do you think anyone but yourself could identify your lamps? No one but myself. Are there others like them? Not that I know of, answered Mr. Corbeck, though there may be others that resemble them in many particulars. The detective paused before asking again. Would any other skilled person at the British Museum, for instance, or a dealer, or a collector like Mr. Trelawney, know the value, the artistic value of the lamps? Certainly, anyone with a head on his shoulders would see at a glance that the things were valuable. The detective's face brightened. Then there is a chance. If your door was locked and the window shut, the goods were not stolen by the chance of a chambermaid or a boots coming along. Whoever did the job went after it special, and he ain't going to part with his swag without his price. This must be a case of notice to the pawnbrokers. There's one good thing about it, anyhow, that the hue and cry needn't be given. We needn't tell Scotland Yard unless you like. We can work the thing privately. If you wish to keep the thing dark, as you told me at the first, that is our chance. Mr. Corbeck, after a pause, said quietly, I suppose you couldn't hazard a suggestion as to how the robbery was effected. The policeman smiled the smile of knowledge and experience. In a very simple way, I have no doubt, sir. That is how all these mysterious crimes turn out in the long run. The criminal knows his work and all the tricks of it, and he is always on the watch for chances. Moreover, he knows by experience what these chances are likely to be and how they usually come. The other person is only careful. He doesn't know all the tricks and pits that may be made for him, and by some little oversight or other, he falls into the trap. When we know all about this case, you will wonder that you did not see the method of it all along. This seemed to annoy Mr. Corbeck a little. There was decided heat in his manner as he answered, Look here, my good friend, There is not anything simple about this case, except that the things were taken. The window was closed. The fireplace was bricked up. There is only one door to the room, and that I locked and bolted. There is no transom. I have heard all about hotel robberies through the transom. I never left my room in the night. I looked at the things before going to bed, and I went to look at them again when I woke up. If you can rig up any kind of simple robbery out of these facts, you are a clever man. That's all I say, clever enough to go right away and get my things back. Miss Trelawney laid her hand upon his arm in a soothing way and said quietly, "Do not distress yourself unnecessarily. I am sure they will turn up." Sergeant Daw turned to her so quickly that I could not help remembering vividly his suspicions of her, already formed, as he said, "May I ask, miss, on what you base that opinion?" I dreaded to hear her answer, given to ears already awake to suspicion. But it came to me as a new pain, or shock all the same. I cannot tell you how I know, but I am sure of it. The detective looked at her for some seconds in silence, and then threw a quick glance at me. Presently he had a little more conversation with Mr. Corbeck as to his own movements, the details of the hotel and the room, and the means of identifying the goods. Then he went away to commence his inquiries, Mr. Corbeck impressing on him the necessity for secrecy, lest the thief should get wind of his danger and destroy the lamps. Mr. Corbeck promised, when going away to attend to various matters of his own business, to return early in the evening and to stay in the house. All that day, Miss Trelawney was in better spirits and looked in better strength than she had yet been, despite the new shock and annoyance of the theft, which must ultimately bring so much disappointment to her father. We spent most of the day looking over the curio treasures of Mr. Trelawney. From what I had heard from Mr. Corbeck, I began to have some idea of the vastness of his enterprise in the world of Egyptian research. And with this light, everything around me began to have a new interest. As I went on, the interest grew. Any lingering doubts, which I might have had changed to wonder and admiration. The house seemed to be a veritable storehouse of marvels of antique art, in addition to the curios, big and little, in Mr. Trelawney's own room, from the great sarcophagi down to the scarabs of all kinds in the cabinets, the great hall, the staircase landings, the study, and even the boudoir were full of antique pieces, which would have made a collector's mouth water. Miss Trelawney from the first came with me, and looked with growing growing interest at everything. After having examined some cabinets of exquisite amulets, she said to me in quite a naive way, "You will hardly believe that I have of late seldom even looked at any of these things. It is only since father has been ill that I seem to have even any curiosity about them. But now they grow and grow on me to quite an absorbing degree. I wonder if it is that the collector's blood which I have in my veins is beginning to manifest itself. If so, the strange thing is that I have not felt the call of it before. Of course, I know most of the big things and have examined them more or less. But really, in a sort of way, I have always taken them for granted, as though they had always been there. I have noticed the same thing now and again with family pictures, and the way they are taken for granted by the family. If you will let me examine them with you, it will be delightful. It was a joy to me to hear her talk in such a way, and her last suggestion quite thrilled me. Together, we went round the various rooms and passages, examining and admiring the magnificent curios. There was such a bewildering amount and variety of objects that we could only glance at most of them. But as we went along, we arranged that we should take them seriatim, day by day, and examine them more closely. In the hall was a sort of big frame of floriated steel work, which Margaret said her father used for lifting the heavy stone lids of the sarcophagi. It was not heavy, and could be moved about easily enough. By aid of this, we raised the covers in turn and looked at the endless series of hieroglyphic pictures cut in most of them. In spite of her profession of ignorance, Margaret knew a good deal about them. Her year of life with her father had had unconsciously its daily and hourly lesson. She was a remarkably clever and acute-minded girl, and with a prodigious memory, so that her store of knowledge, gathered unthinkingly bit by bit, had grown to proportions that many a scholar might have envied. And yet it was all so naive and unconscious, so girlish and simple. She was so fresh in her views and ideas, and had so little thought of self, that in her companionship I forgot for the time all the troubles and mysteries which enmeshed the house, and I felt like a boy again. The most interesting of the sarcophagi were undoubtedly the three in Mr. Trelawney's room. Of these, two were of dark stone, one of porphyry, and the other of a sort of ironstone. These were wrought with some hieroglyphs, but the third was strikingly different. It was of some yellow-brown substance of the dominating color effect of Mexican onyx, which it resembled in many ways, excepting that the natural pattern of its convolutions was less marked. Here and there were patches almost transparent, certainly translucent. The whole chest, cover and all, was wrought with hundreds, perhaps thousands, of minute hieroglyphics, seemingly in an endless series. Back, front, sides, edges, bottom, all had their quota of the dainty pictures, the deep blue of their coloring showing up fresh and sharply edged in the yellow stone. It was very long, nearly 9 feet, and perhaps a yard wide. The sides undulated so that there was no hard line. Even the corners took such excellent curves that they pleased the eye. Truly, I said, this must have been made for a giant. Or for a giantess, said Margaret. This sarcophagus stood near to one of the windows. It was in one respect different from all the other sarcophagi in the place. All the others in the house, of whatever material, granite, porphyry, ironstone, basalt, slate, or wood, were quite simple in form. Within, some of them were plain of interior surface. Others were engraved, in whole or part, with hieroglyphics. But each and all of them had no protuberances or uneven surface anywhere. They might have been used for baths. Indeed, they resembled in many ways Roman baths of stone or marble which I had seen. Inside this, however, was a raised space outlined like a human figure. I asked Margaret if she could explain it in any way. For answer, she said, Father never wished to speak about this. It attracted my attention from the first, but when I asked him about it, he said, I shall tell you all about it some day, little girl, if I live, but not yet. The story is not yet told, as I hope to tell it to you. Some day, perhaps soon, I shall know all, and then we shall go over it together. And a mighty interesting story you will find it from first to last. Once afterward I said, rather lightly, I am afraid, is that story of the sarcophagus told yet, Father? He shook his head and looked at me gravely as he said, Not yet, little girl, but it will be if I live, if I live. His repeating that phrase about his living rather frightened me. I never ventured to ask him again. Somehow this thrilled me. I could not exactly say how or why, but it seemed like a gleam of light at last. There are, I think, moments when the mind accepts something as true, though it can account for neither the course of the thought, nor, if there be more than one thought, the connection between them. Hitherto, we had been in such outer darkness regarding Mr. Trelawney, and the strange visitation which had fallen on him, that anything which afforded a clue, even of the faintest and most shadowy kind, had at the outset the enlightening satisfaction of a certainty. Here were two lights of our puzzle. The first, that Mr. Trelawney associated with this particular curio a doubt of his own living. The second, that he had some purpose or expectation with regard to it, which he would not disclose even to his daughter till complete. Again, it was to be borne in mind that this sarcophagus differed internally from all the others. What meant that odd raised place? I said nothing to Miss Trelawney, for I feared lest I should either frighten her or buoy her up with future hopes. But I made up my mind that I would take an early opportunity for further investigation. Close beside the sarcophagus was a low table of green stone with red veins in it, like bloodstone. The feet were fashioned like the paws of a jackal, and round each leg was twined a full-throated snake, wrought exquisitely in pure gold. On it rested a strange and very beautiful coffer, or casket of stone, of a peculiar shape. It was something like a small coffin, except that the longer sides, instead of being cut off square like the upper or level part, were continued to a point. Thus it was an irregular septahedron, there being two planes on each of the two sides, one end, and a top and bottom. The stone, of one piece of which it was wrought, was such as I had never seen before. At the base it was of a full green, the color of emerald without, of course, its gleam. It was not by any means dull, however, either in color or substance, and was of infinite hardness and fineness of texture. The surface was almost that of a jewel. The color grew lighter as it rose, with gradations so fine as to be imperceptible, changing to a fine yellow almost of the color of mandarin china. It was quite unlike anything I had ever seen, and did not resemble any stone or gem that I knew. I took it to be some unique mother stone or matrix of some gem. It was wrought all over, except in a few spots, with fine hieroglyphics, exquisitely done and colored with the same blue-green cement or pigment that appeared on the sarcophagus. In length, it was about 2.5 feet, in breadth about half this, and was nearly a foot high. The vacant spaces were irregularly distributed about the top, running to the pointed end. These places seemed less opaque than the rest of the stone. I tried to lift up the lid so that I might see if they were translucent, but it was securely fixed. It fitted so exactly that the whole coffer seemed like a single piece of stone, mysteriously hollowed from within. On the sides and edges were some odd-looking protuberances wrought just as finely as any other portion of the coffer, which had been sculptured by manifest design in the cutting of the stone. They had queer-shaped holes or hollows, different in each, and, like the rest, were covered with the hieroglyphic figures, cut finely and filled in with the same blue-green cement. On the other side of the great sarcophagus stood another small table of alabaster, exquisitely chased with symbolic figures of gods and the signs of the zodiac. On this table stood a case of about a foot square, composed of slabs of rock crystal, set in a skeleton of bands of red gold, beautifully engraved with hieroglyphics and colored with a blue-green, very much the tint of the figures on the sarcophagus and the coffer. The whole work was quite modern, but if the case was modern, what it held was not. Within, on a cushion of cloth of gold as fine as silk, and with the peculiar softness of old gold, rested a mummy hand, so perfect that it startled one to see it. A woman's hand, fine and long, with slim tapering fingers, and nearly as perfect as when it was given to the embalmer thousands of years before. In the embalming, it had lost nothing of its beautiful shape. Even the wrist seemed to maintain its pliability as the gentle curve lay on the cushion. The skin was of a rich creamy or old ivory color, a dusky fair skin which suggested heat, but heat in shadow. The great peculiarity of it as a hand was that it had in all 7 fingers, there being 2 middle and 2 index fingers. The upper end of the wrist was jagged, as though it had been broken off, and was stained with a red-brown stain. On the cushion near the hand was a small scarab, exquisitely wrought of emerald. That is another of Father's mysteries. When I asked him about it, he said that it was perhaps the most valuable thing he had, except one. When I asked him what that one was, he refused to tell me, and forbade me to ask him anything concerning it. I will tell you, he said, all about it too, in good time, if I live. If I live, the phrase again. These 3 things grouped together, the sarcophagus, the coffer, and the hand, seemed to make a trilogy of mystery indeed. At this time, Miss Trelawney was sent for on some domestic matter. I looked at the other curios in the room, but they did not seem to have anything like the same charm for me, now that she was away. Later on in the day, I was sent for to the boudoir, where she was consulting with Mrs. Grant as to the lodgment of Mr. Corbeck. They were in doubt as to whether he should have a room close to Mr. Trelawney's or quite away from it, and had thought it well to ask my advice on the subject. I came to the conclusion that he had better not be too near. For the first, at all events, he could easily be moved closer if necessary. When Mrs. Grant had gone, I asked Miss Trelawney how it came that the furniture of this room, the boudoir in which we were, was so different from the other rooms of the house. Father's forethought, she answered. When I first came, he thought, and rightly enough, that I might get frightened with so many records of death and the tomb everywhere. So he had this room, and the little suite off it. That door opens into the sitting room where I slept last night, furnished with pretty things. You see, they are all beautiful. That cabinet belonged to the great Napoleon. There is nothing Egyptian in these rooms at all then. I asked, rather to show interest in what she had said than anything else, for the furnishing of the room was apparent. What a lovely cabinet! May I look at it? Of course, with the greatest pleasure, she answered with a smile. Its finishing, within and without, Father says, is absolutely complete. I stepped over and looked at it closely. It was made of tulip wood, inlaid in patterns, and was mounted in ormolu. I pulled open one of the drawers, a deep one, where I could see the work to great advantage. As I pulled it, something rattled inside as though rolling there was a tinkle as of metal on metal. "Hullo," I said, "there is something in here. Perhaps I had better not open it." "There is nothing that I know of," she answered. "Some of the housemaids may have used it to put something by for the time and forgotten it. Open it by all means." I pulled open the drawer. As I did so, both Miss Trelawney and I started back in amazement. There before our eyes lay a number of ancient Egyptian lamps, of various sizes and of strangely varied shapes. We leaned over them and looked closely. My own heart was beating like a trip hammer, and I could see by the heaving of Margaret's bosom that she was strangely excited, whilst we looked, afraid to touch, and almost afraid to think. There was a ring at the front door. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Corbeck, followed by Sergeant Daw, came into the hall. The door of the boudoir was open, and when they saw us, Mr. Corbeck came running in, followed more slowly by the detective. There was a sort of chastened joy in his face and manner as he said impulsively, "Rejoice with me, my dear Miss Trelawney. My luggage has come, and all my things are intact." Then his face fell as he added, "Except the lamps that were worth all the rest 1,000 times." He stopped, struck by the strange pallor of her face. Then his eyes, following her look and mine, lit on the cluster of lamps in the drawer. He gave a sort of cry of surprise and joy as he bent over and touched them. My lamps. Then they are safe, safe, safe. But how? in the name of God, of all the gods, did they come here? We all stood silent. The detective made a deep sound of intaking breath. I looked at him, and as he caught my glance, he turned his eyes on Miss Trelawney, whose back was toward him. There was in them the same look of suspicion which had been there when he had spoken to me of her being the first to find her father on the occasions of the attacks. Chapter IXThe Need of Knowledge. Mr. Corbeck seemed to go almost off his head at the recovery of the lamps. He took them up one by one and looked them all over tenderly, as though they were things that he loved. In his delight and excitement, he breathed so hard that it seemed almost like a cat purring. Sergeant Daw said quietly, his voice breaking the silence like a discord in a melody, "Are you quite sure those lamps are the ones you had, and that were stolen?" His answer was in an indignant tone. "Sure. Of course I'm sure. There isn't another set of lamps like these in the world. So far as you know." The detective's words were smooth enough, but his manner was so exasperating that I was sure he had some motive in it. So I waited in silence. He went on. "Of course there may be some in the British Museum, or Mr. Trelawney may have had these already. There's nothing new under the sun, you know, Mr. Corbeck, not even in Egypt. These may be the originals, and yours may have been the copies. Are there any points by which you can identify these as yours?" Mr. Corbeck was really angry by this time. He forgot his reserve, and in his indignation poured forth a torrent of almost incoherent but enlightening broken sentences. Identify copies of them. British Museum. Rot. Perhaps they keep a set in Scotland Yard for teaching idiot policemen Egyptology. Do I know them? When I have carried them about my body in the desert for 3 months and lay awake night after night to watch them, when I have looked them over with a magnifying glass, hour after hour, till my eyes ached, till every tiny blotch and chip and dinge became as familiar to me as his chart to a captain, as familiar as they doubtless have been all the time to every thick-headed area prowler within the bounds of mortality. See here, young man, look at these. He ranged the lamps in a row on the top of the cabinet. Did you ever see a set of lamps of these shapes, of any one of these shapes? Look at these dominant figures on them. Did you ever see so complete a set, even in Scotland Yard, even in Bow Street? Look, one on each, the 7 forms of Hathor. Look at that figure of the ka of a princess of the 2 Egypts, standing between Ra and Osiris in the boat of the dead, with the eye of sleep supported on legs, bending before her, and Harmaches rising in the north. Will you find that in the British Museum or Bow Street, or perhaps your studies in the Gizeh Museum, or the Fitzwilliam, or Paris, or Leyden, or Berlin, have shown you that the episode is common in hieroglyphics, and that this is only a copy? Perhaps you can tell me what that figure of Ta-Seker-Rasar, holding the Tet wrapped in the scepter of papyrus, means. Did you ever see it before, even in the British Museum, or Gizeh, or Scotland Yard? He broke off suddenly, and then went on in quite a different way. Look here. It seems to me that the thick-headed idiot is myself. Beg your pardon, old fellow, for my rudeness. I quite lost my temper at the suggestion that I do not know these lamps. You don't mind, do you? The detective answered heartily. Lord, sir, not I like to see folks angry when I am dealing with them, whether they are on my side or the other. It is when people are angry that you learn the truth from them. I keep cool. That is my trade. Do you know, you have told me more about those lamps in the past 2 minutes than when you filled me up with details of how to identify them. Mr. Corbeck grunted. He was not pleased at having given himself away. All at once, he turned to me and said in his natural way, "Now tell me how you got them back." I was so surprised that I said without thinking, "We didn't get them back." The traveler laughed openly. "What on earth do you mean?" he asked. "You didn't get them back. Why, there they are before your eyes. We found you looking at them when we came in." By this time, I had recovered my surprise and had my wits about me. "Why, that's just it," I said. We had only come across them by accident, that very moment. Mr. Corbeck drew back and looked hard at Miss Trelawney and myself, turning his eyes from one to the other as he asked, "Do you mean to tell me that no one brought them here, that you found them in that drawer? That, so to speak, no one at all brought them back? I suppose someone must have brought them here. They couldn't have come of their own accord. But who it was, or when, or how, neither of us knows. We shall have to make inquiry and see if any of the servants know anything of it." We all stood silent for several seconds. It seemed a long time. The first to speak was the detective, who said in an unconscious way, "Well, I'm damned. I beg your pardon, miss." Then his mouth shut like a steel trap. We called up the servants, one by one, and asked them if they knew anything of some articles placed in a drawer in the boudoir, but none of them could throw any light on the circumstance. We did not tell them what the articles were, or let them see them. Mr. Corbeck packed the lamps in cotton wool and placed them in a tin box. This, I may mention incidentally, was then brought up to the detective's room, where one of the men stood guard over them with a revolver the whole night. Next day, we got a small safe into the house and placed them in it. There were 2 different keys. One of them kept myself, the other I placed in my drawer in the safe deposit vault. We were all determined that the lamps should not be lost again. About an hour after we had found the lamps, Dr. Winchester arrived. He had a large parcel with him, which, when unwrapped, proved to be the mummy of a cat. With Miss Trelawney's permission, he placed this in the boudoir, and Silvio was brought close to it. To the surprise of us all, however, except perhaps Dr. Winchester, he did not manifest the least annoyance. He took no notice of it whatever. He stood on the table close beside it, purring loudly. Then, following out his plan, the doctor brought him into Mr. Trelawney's room, we all following. Dr. Winchester was excited, Miss Trelawney anxious. I was more than interested myself, for I began to have a glimmering of the doctor's idea. The detective was calmly and coldly superior, but Mr. Corbeck, who was an enthusiast, was full of eager curiosity. The moment Dr. Winchester got into the room, Silvio began to mew and wriggle, and jumping out of his arms, ran over to the cat mummy and began to scratch angrily at it. Miss Trelawney had some difficulty in taking him away, but so soon as he was out of the room, he became quiet. When she came back, there was a clamor of comments. "I thought so," from the doctor. "What can it mean?" from Miss Trelawney. "That's a very strange thing," from Mr. Corbeck. "Odd, but it doesn't prove anything," from the detective. "I suspend my judgment," from myself, thinking it advisable to say something. Then, by common consent, we dropped the theme for the present. In my room that evening, I was making some notes of what had happened when there came a low tap on the door. In obedience to my summons, Sergeant Daw came in, carefully closing the door behind him. "Well, Sergeant," said I, "sit down. What is it?" "I wanted to speak to you, sir, about those lamps." I nodded and waited. He went on. "You know that that room where they were found opens directly into the room where Miss Trelawney slept last night?" "Yes. During the night, a window somewhere in that part of the house was opened and shut again. I heard it and took a look round, but I could see no sign of anything. "Yes, I know that," I said. "I heard a window moved myself. Does nothing strike you as strange about it, sir?" "Strange," I said, "strange. Why, it's all the most bewildering, maddening thing I have ever encountered. It is all so strange that one seems to wonder, and simply waits for what will happen next." "But what do you mean by strange?" The detective paused, as if choosing his words to begin, and then said deliberately, "You see, I am not one who believes in magic and such things. I am for facts all the time, and I always find in the long run that there is a reason and a cause for everything. This new gentleman says these things were stolen out of his room in the hotel. The lamps, I take it from some things he has said, really belong to Mr. Trelawney. His daughter, the lady of the house, having left the room she usually occupies, sleeps that night on the ground floor. A window is heard to open and shut during the night. When we, who have been during the day trying to find a clue to the robbery, come to the house, we find the stolen goods in a room close to where she slept, and opening out of it." He stopped. I felt that same sense of pain and apprehension which I had experienced when he had spoken to me before, creeping, or rather rushing, over me again. I had to face the matter out, however. My relations with her, and the feeling toward her, which I now knew full well meant a very deep love and devotion, demanded so much. I said as calmly as I could, for I knew the keen eyes of the skillful investigator were on me, and the inference. He answered with the cool audacity of conviction. "The inference to me is that there was no robbery at all. The goods were taken by someone to this house, where they were received through a window on the ground floor. They were placed in the cabinet, ready to be discovered when the proper time should come. Somehow I felt relieved. The assumption was too monstrous. I did not want, however, my relief to be apparent, so I answered as gravely as I could. "And who do you suppose brought them to the house?" I keep my mind open as to that. Possibly Mr. Corbeck himself. The matter might be too risky to trust to a third party. Then the natural extension of your inference is that Mr. Corbeck is a liar and a fraud, and that he is in conspiracy with Miss Trelawney to deceive someone or other about those lamps. Those are harsh words, Mr. Ross. They're so plain-spoken that they bring a man up standing and make new doubts for him. But I have to go where my reason points. It may be that there is another party than Miss Trelawney in it. Indeed, if it hadn't been for the other matter that set me thinking and bred doubts of its own about her. I wouldn't dream of mixing her up in this. But I'm safe on Corbeck. Whoever else is in it, he is. The things couldn't have been taken without his connivance, if what he says is true. If it isn't, well, he is a liar anyhow. I would think it a bad job to have him stay in the house with so many valuables, only that it will give me and my mate a chance of watching him. We'll keep a pretty good lookout, too. I tell you, he's up in my room now, guarding those lamps. But Johnny Wright is there, too. I go on before he comes off, so there won't be much chance of another housebreaking. Of course, Mr. Ross, all this, too, is between you and me. Quite so. You may depend on my silence, I said, and he went away to keep a close eye on the Egyptologist. It seemed as though all my painful experiences were to go in pairs, and that the sequence of the previous day was to be repeated. For before long, I had another private visit from Dr. Winchester, who had now paid his nightly visit to his patient and was on his way home. He took the seat which I proffered and began at once. This is a strange affair altogether. Miss Trelawney has just been telling me about the stolen lamps and of the finding of them in the Napoleon cabinet. It would seem to be another complication of the mystery. And yet, do you know, it is a relief to me. I have exhausted all human and natural possibilities of the case, and am beginning to fall back on superhuman and supernatural possibilities. Here are such strange things that, if I am not going mad, I think we must have a solution before long. I wonder if I might ask some questions and some help from Mr. Corbeck, without making further complications and embarrassing us. He seems to know an amazing amount regarding Egypt and all relating to it. Perhaps he wouldn't mind translating a little bit of hieroglyphic. It is child's play to him. What do you think? When I had thought the matter over a few seconds, I spoke. We wanted all the help we could get. For myself, I had perfect confidence in both men, and any comparing notes or mutual assistance might bring good results. Such could hardly bring evil. By all means, I should ask him. He seems an extraordinarily learned man in Egyptology, and he seems to me a good fellow as well as an enthusiast. By the way, it will be necessary to be a little guarded as to whom you speak regarding any information which he may give you. Of course, he answered. Indeed, I should not dream of saying anything to anybody excepting yourself. We have to remember that when Mr. Trelawney recovers, he may not like to think that we have been chattering unduly over his affairs. Look here, I said. Why not stay for a while? And I shall ask him to come and have a pipe with us. We can then talk over things. He acquiesced. So I went to the room where Mr. Corbeck was and brought him back with me. I thought the detectives were pleased at his going. On the way to my room, he said, I don't half like leaving those things there, with only those men to guard them. They're a deal sight too precious to be left to the police, from which it would appear that suspicion was not confined to Sergeant Daw, Mr. Corbeck, and Dr. Winchester. After a quick glance at each other, became at once on most friendly terms. The traveler professed his willingness to be of any assistance which he could, provided, he added, that it was anything about which he was free to speak. This was not very promising, but Dr. Winchester began at once. I want you, if you will, to translate some hieroglyphic for me, certainly with the greatest pleasure, so far as I can. For I may tell you that hieroglyphic writing is not quite mastered yet, though we are getting at it. We are getting at it. What is the inscription? There are two, he answered. One of them I shall bring here. He went out and returned in a minute with the mummy cat, which he had that evening introduced to Silvio. The scholar took it, and after a short examination said, There is nothing especial in this. It is an appeal to Bast, the lady of Bubastes, to give her good bread and milk in the Elysian fields. There may be more inside, and if you will care to unroll it, I will do my best. I do not think, however, that there is anything special from the method of wrapping. I should say it is from the Delta, and of a late period when such mummy work was common and cheap. What is the other inscription you wish me to see? The inscription on the mummy cat in Mr. Trelawney's room. Mr. Corbeck's face fell. No, he said, I cannot do that. I am, for the present at all events, practically bound to secrecy regarding any of the things in Mr. Trelawney's room. Dr. Winchester's comment and my own were made at the same moment. I said only the one word checkmate, from which I think he may have gathered that I guessed more of his idea and purpose than perhaps I had intentionally conveyed to him. He murmured, practically bound to secrecy. Mr. Corbeck at once took up the challenge conveyed. Do not misunderstand me. I am not bound by any definite pledge of secrecy, but I am bound in honor to respect Mr. Trelawney's confidence given to me. I may tell you, in a very large measure. Regarding many of the objects in his room, he has a definite purpose in view. and it would not be either right or becoming for me, his trusted friend and confidant, to forestall that purpose. Mr. Trelawney, you may know, or rather you do not know, or you would not have so construed my remark, is a scholar, a very great scholar. He has worked for years toward a certain end. For this, he has spared no labor, no expense, no personal danger or self-denial. He is on the line of a result which will place him amongst the foremost discoverers or investigators of his age. And now, just at the time when any hour might bring him success, he is stricken down. He stopped, seemingly overcome with emotion. After a time, he recovered himself and went on. Again, do not misunderstand me as to another point. I have said that Mr. Trelawney has made much confidence with me, but I do not mean to lead you to believe that I know all his plans or his aims or objects. I know the period which he has been studying, and the definite historical individual whose life he has been investigating, and whose records he has been following up one by one with infinite patience. But beyond this, I know nothing. That he has some aim or object in the completion of this knowledge, I am convinced. What it is, I may guess, but I must say nothing. Please to remember, gentlemen, that I have voluntarily accepted the position of recipient of a partial confidence. I have respected that, and I must ask any of my friends to do the same. He spoke with great dignity, and he grew, moment by moment, in the respect and esteem of both Dr. Winchester and myself. We understood that he had not done speaking, so we waited in silence till he continued. I have spoken this much, although I know well that even such a hint as either of you might gather from my words might jeopardize the success of his work. But I am convinced that you both wish to help him and his daughter. He said this looking me fairly between the eyes. To the best of your power, honestly and unselfishly. He is so stricken down, and the manner of it is so mysterious, that I cannot but think that it is in some way a result of his own work. That he calculated on some setback is manifest to us all. God knows. I am willing to do what I can, and to use any knowledge I have in his behalf. I arrived in England full of exultation at the thought that I had fulfilled the mission with which he had trusted me. I had got what he said were the last objects of his search, and I felt assured that he would now be able to begin the experiment of which he had often hinted to me. It is too dreadful that at just such a time such a calamity should have fallen on him. Dr. Winchester, you are a physician, and if your face does not belie you, you are a clever and a bold one. Is there no way which you can devise to wake this man from his unnatural stupor? There was a pause. Then the answer came slowly and deliberately. There is no ordinary remedy that I know of. There might possibly be some extraordinary one, but there would be no use in trying to find it, except on one condition, and that knowledge. I am completely ignorant of Egyptian matters, language, writing, history, secrets, medicines, poisons, occult powers, all that go to make up the mystery of that mysterious land. This disease or condition, or whatever it may be called, from which Mr. Trelawney is suffering, is in some way connected with Egypt. I have had a suspicion of this from the first, and later it grew into a certainty, though without proof. What you have said tonight confirms my conjecture, and makes me believe that a proof is to be had. I do not think that you quite know all that has gone on in this house since the night of the attack, of the finding of Mr. Trelawney's body. Now, I propose that we confide in you. If Mr. Ross agrees, I shall ask him to tell you. He is more skilled than I am in putting facts before other people. He can speak by his brief, and in this case, he has the best of all briefs, the experience of his own eyes and ears, and the evidence that he has himself taken on the spot from participators in or spectators of what has happened. When you know all, you will, I hope, be in a position to judge as to whether you can best help Mr. Trelawney and further his secret wishes by your silence or your speech. I nodded approval. Mr. Corbeck jumped up and in his impulsive way held out a hand to each. Done, he said. I acknowledge the honor of your confidence, and on my part, I pledge myself that if I find my duty to Mr. Trelawney's wishes will, in his own interest, allow my lips to open on his affairs, I shall speak so freely as I may. Accordingly, I began, and told him, as exactly as I could, everything that had happened from the moment of my waking at the knocking on the door in Jermyn Street. The only reservations I made were as to my own feeling toward Miss Trelawney, and the matters of small import to the main subject which followed it, and my conversations with Sergeant Daw, which were in themselves private, and which would have demanded discretionary silence in any case. As I spoke, Mr. Corbeck followed with breathless interest. Sometimes he would stand up and pace about the room in uncontrollable excitement, and then recover himself suddenly and sit down again. Sometimes he would be about to speak, but would, with an effort, restrain himself. I think the narration helped me to make up my own mind, for even as I talked, things seemed to appear in a clearer light. Things big and little, in relation of their importance to the case, fell into proper perspective. The story up to date became coherent, except as to its cause, which seemed a greater mystery than ever. This is the merit of entire or collected narrative. Isolated facts, doubts, suspicions, conjectures give way to a homogeneity which is convincing. That Mr. Corbeck was convinced was evident. He did not go through any process of explanation or limitation, but spoke right out at once to the point, and fearlessly like a man. That settles me. There is in activity some force that needs special care. If we all go on working in the dark, we shall get in one another's way, and by hampering each other, undo the good that any or each of us, working in different directions, might do. It seems to me that the first thing we have to accomplish is to get Mr. Trelawney waked out of that unnatural sleep. That he can be waked is apparent from the way the nurse has recovered, though what additional harm may have been done to him in the time he has been lying in that room, I suppose no one can tell. We must chance that, however. He has lain there, and whatever the effect might be, it is there now, and we have, and shall have, to deal with it as a fact. A day more or less won't hurt in the long run. It is late now, and we shall probably have tomorrow a task before us that will require our energies afresh. You, doctor, will want to get to your sleep, for I suppose you have other work as well as this to do tomorrow. As for you, Mr. Ross, I understand that you are to have a spell of watching in the sick room tonight. I shall get you a book which will help to pass the time for you. I shall go and look for it in the library. I know where it was when I was here last, and I don't suppose Mr. Trelawney has used it since. He knew long ago all that was in it which was, or might be of interest to him, but it will be necessary, or at least helpful, to understand other things which I shall tell you later. You will be able to tell Dr. Winchester all that would aid him, for I take it that our work will branch out pretty soon. We shall each have our own end to hold up, and it will take each of us all our time and understanding to get through his own tasks. It will not be necessary for you to read the whole book. All that will interest you with regard to our matter, I mean, of course. For the whole book is interesting as a record of travel in a country then quite unknown, is the preface, and 2 or 3 chapters which I shall mark for you. He shook hands warmly with Dr. Winchester, who had stood up to go. Whilst he was away, I sat lonely, thinking. As I thought, the The world around me seemed to be illimitably great. The only little spot in which I was interested seemed like a tiny speck in the midst of a wilderness. Without and around, it were darkness and unknown danger pressing in from every side. And the central figure in our little oasis was one of sweetness and beauty. A figure one could love, could work for, could die for. Mr. Corbeck came back in a very short time with the book. He had found it at once in the spot where he had seen it 3 years before. Having placed in it several slips of paper, marking the places where I was to read, he put it into my hands, saying, "That is what started Mr. Trelawney, what started me when I read it, and which will, I have no doubt, be to you an interesting beginning to a special study, whatever the end may be. If, indeed, any of us here may ever see the end." At the door he paused and said, "I want to take back one thing. That detective is a good fellow. What you have told me of him puts him in a new light. The best proof of it is that I can go quietly to sleep tonight and leave the lamps in his care. When he had gone, I took the book with me, put on my respirator, and went to my spell of duty in the sick room. Chapter X, The Valley of the Sorcerer. I placed the book on the little table on which the shaded lamp rested and moved the screen to one side. Thus I could have the light on my book, and by looking up, see the bed and the nurse and the door. Cannot say that the conditions were enjoyable or calculated to allow of that absorption in the subject which is advisable for effective study. However, I composed myself to the work as well as I could. The book was one which, on the very face of it, required special attention. It was a folio in Dutch, printed in Amsterdam in 1650. Someone had made a literal translation, writing generally the English word under the Dutch, so that the grammatical differences between the two tongues made even the reading of the translation a difficult matter. One had to dodge backward and forward among the words. This was in addition to the difficulty of deciphering a strange handwriting of 200 years ago. I found, however, that after a short time I got into the habit of following in conventional English the Dutch construction, and as I became more familiar with the writing, my task became easier. At first, the circumstances of the room and the fear lest Miss Trelawney should return unexpectedly and find me reading the book disturbed me somewhat, for we had arranged amongst us, before Dr. Winchester had gone home, that she was not to be brought into the range of the coming investigation. we considered that there might be some shock to a woman's mind in matters of apparent mystery, and further, that she, being Mr. Trelawney's daughter, might be placed in a difficult position with him afterward if she took part in, or even had a personal knowledge of, the disregarding of his expressed wishes. But when I remembered that she did not come on nursing duty till 2 o'clock, the fear of interruption passed away. I had still nearly 3 hours before me. Nurse Kennedy sat in her chair by the bedside, patient and alert. A clock ticked on the landing. Other clocks in the house ticked. The life of the city without manifested itself in the distant hum. Now and again, swelling into a roar as a breeze floating westward took the concourse of sounds with it. But still, the dominant idea was of silence. The light on my book and the soothing fringe of green silk round the shade intensified. Whenever I looked up, the gloom of the sick room. With every line I read, this seemed to grow deeper and deeper, so that when my eyes came back to the page, the light seemed to dazzle me. I stuck to my work, however, and presently began to get sufficiently into the subject to become interested in it. The book was by one Nicholas van Hine of Hoorn. In the preface, he told how, attracted by the work of John Greaves of Merton College, Pyramidographia, he himself visited Egypt, where he became so interested in its wonders that he devoted some years of his life to visiting strange places and exploring the ruins of many temples and tombs. He had come across many variants of the story of the building of the pyramids, as told by the Arabian historian Ibn Abd al-Hakim, some of which he set down. These I did not stop to read, but went on to the marked pages. As soon as I began to read these, however, there grew on me some sense of a disturbing influence. Once or twice, I looked to see if the nurse had moved, for there was a feeling as though someone were near me. Nurse Kennedy sat in her place, as steady and alert as ever, and I came back to my book again. The narrative went on to tell how, after passing for several days through the mountains to the east of Aswan, the explorer came to a certain place. Here I give his own words, simply putting the translation into modern English. Toward evening, we came to the entrance of a narrow, deep valley running east and west. I wished to proceed through this, for the sun, now nearly down on the horizon, showed a wide opening beyond the narrowing of the cliffs. But the fellaheen absolutely refused to enter the valley at such a time, alleging that they might be caught by the night before they could emerge from the other end. At first, they would give no reason for their fear, They had hitherto gone anywhere I wished, and at any time, without demur. On being pressed, however, they said that the place was the Valley of the Sorcerer, where none might come in the night. On being asked to tell of the Sorcerer, they refused, saying that there was no name and that they knew nothing. On the next morning, however, when the sun was up and shining down the valley, their fears had somewhat passed away. Then they told me that a great sorcerer in ancient days, millions of years, was the term they used, a king or a queen, they could not say which, was buried there. They could not give the name, persisting to the last that there was no name, and that anyone who should name it would waste away in life, so that at death nothing of him would remain to be raised again in the other world. In passing through the valley, they kept together in a cluster, hurrying on in front of me. None dared to remain behind. They gave, as their reason for so proceeding, that the arms of the sorcerer were long, and that it was dangerous to be the last, the which was of little comfort to me, who of this necessity took that honorable post. In the narrowest part of the valley, on the south side, was a great cliff of rock, rising sheer, of smooth and even surface. Hereon were graven certain cabalistic signs, and many figures of men and animals, fishes, reptiles and birds, suns and stars, and many quaint symbols. Some of these latter were disjointed limbs and features, such as arms and legs, fingers, eyes, noses, ears, and lips. Mysterious symbols which will puzzle the recording angel to interpret at the judgment day. The cliff faced exactly north. There was something about it so strange and so different from the other carved rocks which I had visited that I called a halt and spent the day in examining the rock front as well as I could with my telescope. The Egyptians of my company were terribly afraid and used every kind of persuasion to induce me to pass on. I stayed till late in the afternoon, by which time I had failed to make out aright the entry of any tomb, for I suspected that such was the purpose of the sculpture of the rock. By this time the men were rebellious, and I had to leave the valley if I did not wish my whole retinue to desert. But I secretly made up my mind to discover the tomb and explore it. To this end, I went further into the mountains, where I met with an Arab sheik who was willing to take service with me. The Arabs were not bound by the same superstitious fears as the Egyptians. Sheikh Abu Sum and his following were willing to take a part in the explorations. When I returned to the valley with these Bedouins, I made effort to climb the face of the rock, but failed, it being of one impenetrable smoothness. The stone, generally flat and smooth by nature, had been chiseled to completeness. That there had been projecting steps was manifest, for there remained, untouched by the wondrous climate of that strange land, the marks of saw and chisel and mallet where the steps had been cut or broken away. Being thus baffled of winning the tomb from below, and being unprovided with ladders to scale, I found a way by much circuitous journeying to the top of the cliff. Thence I caused myself to be lowered by ropes, till I had investigated that portion of the rock face wherein I expected to find the opening. I found that there was an entrance, closed, however, by a great stone slab. This was cut in the rock more than 100 feet up, being 2/3 the height of the cliff. The hieroglyphic and Kabbalistic symbols cut in the rock were so managed as to disguise it. The cutting was deep, and was continued through the rock and the portals of the doorway, and through the great slab which formed the door itself. This was fixed in place with such incredible exactness that no stone chisel or cutting implement which I had with me could find a lodgment in the interstices. I used much force, however, and by many heavy strokes won a way into the tomb, for such I found it to be. The stone door having fallen into the entrance, I passed over it into the tomb, noting as I went a long iron chain which hung coiled on a bracket close to the doorway. The tomb I found to be complete, after the manner of the finest Egyptian tombs, with chamber and shaft leading down to the corridor, ending in the mummy pit. It had the table of pictures, which seems some kind of record, whose meaning is now forever lost, graven in a wondrous color on a wondrous stone. All the walls of the chamber and the passage were carved with strange writings in the uncanny form mentioned. The huge stone coffin or sarcophagus in the deep pit was marvelously graven throughout with signs. The Arab chief and 2 others who ventured into the tomb with me, and who were evidently used to such grim explorations, managed to take the cover from the sarcophagus without breaking it, at which they wondered, for such good fortune, they said, did not usually attend such efforts. Indeed, they seemed not over careful, and did handle the various furniture of the tomb with such little concern that only for its great strength and thickness, even the coffin itself might have been injured, which gave me much concern, for it was very beautifully wrought of rare stone, such as I had no knowledge of. Much I grieved that it were not possible to carry it away, but time and desert journeyings forbade such. I could only take with me such small matters as could be carried on the person. Within the sarcophagus was a body, manifestly of a woman, swathed with many wrappings of linen, as is usual with all mummies. From certain embroiderings thereon, I gathered that she was of high rank. Across the breast was one hand unwrapped. In the mummies which I had seen, the arms and hands are within the wrappings, and certain adornments of wood, shaped and painted to resemble arms and hands, lie outside the enwrapped body. But this hand was strange to see, for it was the real hand of her who lay enwrapped there, the arm projecting from the cerements being of flesh, seemingly made as like marble in the process of embalming. Arm and hand were of dusky white, being of the hue of ivory that hath lain long in air. The skin and the nails were complete and whole, as though the body had been placed for burial overnight. I touched the hand and moved it, the arm being something flexible as a live arm, though stiff with long disuse, as are the arms of those faquirs which I have seen in the Indies. There was, too, an added wonder that on this ancient hand were no less than 7 fingers, the same all being fine and long, and of great beauty. Sooth to say, it made me shudder, and my flesh creep to touch that hand that had lain there undisturbed for so many thousands of years, and yet was like unto living flesh. Underneath the hand, as though guarded by it, lay a huge jewel of ruby, a great stone of wondrous bigness, for the ruby is in the main a small jewel. This one was of wondrous color, being as of fine blood whereon the light shineth. But its wonder lay not in its size or color, though these were, as I have said, of priceless rarity, but in that the light of it shone from 7 stars, each of 7 points, as clearly as though the stars were in reality there imprisoned. When that the hand was lifted, the sight of that wondrous stone lying there struck me with a shock almost to momentary paralysis. I stood gazing on it, as did those with me, as though it were that faded head of the Gorgon Medusa with the snakes in her hair, whose sight struck into stone those who beheld. So strong was the feeling that I wanted to hurry away from the place. So too those with me, therefore, taking this rare jewel together with certain amulets of strangeness and richness being wrought of jewel stones, I made haste to depart. I would have remained longer and made further research in the wrappings of the mummy, but that I feared so to do. For it came to me all at once that I was in a desert place, with strange men who were with me, because they were not over-scrupulous, that we were in a lone cavern of the dead, 100 feet above the ground, where none could find me were ill done to me, nor would any ever seek. But in secret I determined that I would secure following. Moreover, was I tempted to seek further, as in examining the wrappings, I saw many things of strange import in that wondrous tomb, including a casket of eccentric shape made of some strange stone, which methought might have contained other jewels, inasmuch as it had secure lodgment in the great sarcophagus itself. There was in the tomb also another coffer which, though of rare proportion and adornment, was more simply shaped. It was of ironstone of great thickness, but the cover was lightly cemented down with what seemed gum and Paris plaster, as though to ensure that no air could penetrate. The Arabs with me so insisted in its opening, thinking that from its thickness much treasure was stored therein, that I consented thereto. But their hope was a false one, as it proved. Within, closely packed, stood 4 jars finely wrought and carved with various adornments. Of these one was the head of a man, another of a dog, another of a jackal, and another of a hawk. I had before known that such burial urns as these were used to contain the entrails and other organs of the mummied dead. But on opening these, for the fastening of wax, though complete, was thin and yielded easily, we found that they held but oil. The Bedouins, spilling most of the oil in the process, groped with their hands in the jars lest treasure should have been there concealed. But their searching was of no avail, no treasure was there. I was warned of my danger by seeing in the eyes of the Arabs certain covetous glances, whereon, in order to hasten their departure, I wrought upon those fears of superstition which even in these callous men were apparent. The chief of the Bedouins ascended from the pit to give the signal to those above to raise us, and I, not caring to remain with the men whom I mistrusted, followed him immediately. The others did not come at once, from which I feared that they were rifling the tomb afresh on their own account. I refrained to speak of it, however, lest worse should befall. At last they came, one of them, who ascended first, in landing at the top of the cliff, lost his foothold and fell below. He was instantly killed. The other followed, but in safety. The chief came next, and I came last. Before coming away, I pulled into its place again, as well as I could, the slab of stone that covered the entrance to the tomb. I wished, if possible, to preserve it for my own examination should I come again, when we all stood on the hill above the cliff. The burning sun that was bright and full of glory was good to see after the darkness and strange mystery of the tomb. Even was I glad that the poor Arab who fell down the cliff and lay dead below, lay in the sunlight and not in that gloomy cavern. I would fain have gone with my companions to seek him and give him sepulture of some kind, but the sheik made light of it and sent 2 of his men to see to it whilst we went on our way. That night as we camped, one of the men only returned, saying that a lion of the desert had killed his companion after that they had buried the dead man in a deep sand without the valley, and had covered the spot where he lay with many great rocks, so that jackals or other preying beasts might not dig him up again, as is their wont. Later, in the light of the fire round which the men sat or lay, I saw him exhibit to his fellows something white, which they seemed to regard with special awe and reverence. So I drew near silently, and saw that it was none other than the white hand of the mummy, which had lain protecting the jewel in the great sarcophagus. I heard the Bedouin tell how he had found it on the body of him who had fallen from the cliff. There was no mistaking it, for there were the 7 fingers which I had noted before. This man must have wrenched it off the dead body, whilst his chief and I were otherwise engaged. And from the awe of the others, I doubted not that he had hoped to use it as an amulet or charm, whereas if powers it had, they were not for him who had taken it from the dead, since his death followed hard upon his theft. Already his amulet had had an awesome baptism, for the wrist of the dead hand was stained with red, as though it had been dipped in recent blood. That night I was in certain fear, lest there should be some violence done to me. For if the poor dead hand was so valued as a charm, what must be the worth in such wise of the rare jewel which it had guarded? Though only the chief knew of it, my doubt was perhaps even greater, for he could so order matters as to have me at his mercy when he would. I guarded myself, therefore, with wakefulness so well as I could, determined that at my earliest opportunity I should leave this party and complete my journeying home, first to the Nile bank, and then down its course to Alexandria, with other guides who knew not what strange matters I had with me. At last there came over me a disposition of sleep, so potent that I felt it would be resistless. Fearing attack, or that being searched in my sleep, the Bedouin might find the star jewel which he had seen me place with others in my dress, I took it out unobserved and held it in my hand. It seemed to give back the light of the flickering fire and the light of the stars, for there was no moon with equal fidelity, and I could note that on its reverse it was graven deeply with certain signs, such as I had seen in the tomb. as I sank into the unconsciousness of sleep, the graven star jewel was hidden in the hollow of my clenched hand. I waked out of sleep with the light of the morning sun on my face. I sat up and looked around me. The fire was out, and the camp was desolate, save for one figure which lay prone close to me. It was that of the Arab chief, who lay on his back, dead. His face was almost black, and his eyes were open, and staring horribly up at the sky, as though he saw there some dreadful vision. He had evidently been strangled, for on looking, I found on his throat the red marks where fingers had pressed. There seemed so many of these marks that I counted them. There were 7, and all parallel, except the thumb mark, as though made with one hand. This thrilled me as I thought of the mummy hand with the 7 fingers. Even there, in the open desert, it seemed as if there could be enchantments. In my surprise, as I bent over him, I opened my right hand, which up to now I had held shut with the feeling, instinctive even in sleep, of keeping safe that which it held. As I did so, the star jewel held there fell out and struck the dead man on the mouth. Murabil dictu, there came forth at once from the dead mouth a great gush of blood, in which the red jewel was for the moment lost. I turned the dead man over to look for it, and found that he lay with his right hand bent under him, as though he had fallen on it. And in it he held a great knife, keen of point and edge, such as Arabs carry at the belt. It may have been that he was about to murder me when vengeance came on him, whether from man or God, or the gods of old, I know not. Suffice it that when I found my ruby jewel, which shone up as a living star from the mess of blood wherein it lay, I paused not, but fled from the place. I journeyed on alone through the hot desert, till, by God's grace, I came upon an Arab tribe camping by a well, who gave me salt. With them I rested till they had set me on my way. I know not what became of the mummy hand, or of those who had it, what strife, or suspicion, or disaster, or greed went with it, I know not. But some such cause there must have been, since those who had it fled with it. It doubtless is used as a charm of potence by some desert tribe. At the earliest opportunity, I made examination of the star ruby, as I wished to try to understand what was graven on it. The symbols, whose meaning, however, I could not understand, were as follows. Twice, whilst I had been reading this engrossing narrative, I had thought that I had seen across the page streaks of shade, which the weirdness of the subject had made to seem like the shadow of a hand. On the first of these occasions, I found that the illusion came from the fringe of green silk around the lamp. But on the second, I had looked up, and my eyes had lit on the mummy hand across the room, on which the starlight was falling under the edge of the blind. It was of little wonder that I had connected it with such a narrative, for if my eyes told me truly, here, in this room with me, was the very hand of which the traveler Van Hine had written. I looked over at the bed, and it comforted me to think that the nurse still sat there, calm and wakeful, at such a time, with such surrounds, during such a narrative. It was well to have assurance of the presence of some living person. I sat looking at the book on the table before me, and so many strange thoughts crowded on me that my mind began to whirl. It was almost as if the light on the white fingers in front of me was beginning to have some hypnotic effect. All at once, all thoughts seemed to stop, and for an instant the world and time stood still. There lay a real hand across the book. What was there to so overcome me, as was the case? I knew the hand that I saw on the book and loved it. Margaret Trelawney's hand was a joy to me to see, to touch. And yet, at that moment, coming after other marvelous things, it had a strangely moving effect on me. It was but momentary, however, and had passed even before her voice had reached me. What disturbs you? What are you staring at the book for? I thought for an instant that you must have been overcome again. I jumped up. I was reading, I said, an old book from the library. As I spoke, closed it, and put it under my arm. I shall now put it back, as I understand that your father wishes all things, especially books, kept in their proper places. My words were intentionally misleading, for I did not wish her to know what I was reading, and thought it best not to wake her curiosity by leaving the book about. I went away, but not to the library. I left the book in my room where I could get it when I had had my sleep in the day. When I returned nurse, Kennedy was ready to go to bed, so Miss Trelawney watched with me in the room. I did not want any book whilst she was present. We sat close together and talked in a whisper whilst the moments flew by. It was with surprise that I noted the edge of the curtains changing from gray to yellow light. What we talked of had nothing to do with the sick man, except in so far that all which concerned his daughter must ultimately concern him. But it had nothing to say to Egypt, or mummies, or the dead, or caves, or Bedouin chiefs. I could well take note in the growing light that Margaret's hand had not 7 fingers, but 5, for it lay in mine. When Dr. Winchester arrived in the morning and had made his visit to his patient, He came to see me as I sat in the dining room having a little meal, breakfast, or supper. I hardly knew which it was before I went to lie down. Mr. Corbeck came in at the same time, and we resumed out conversation where we had left it the night before. I told Mr. Corbeck that I had read the chapter about the finding of the tomb, and that I thought Dr. Winchester should read it too. The latter said that, if he might, he would take it with him. He had that morning to make a railway journey to Ipswich, and would read it on the train. He said he would bring it back with him when he came again in the evening. I went up to my room to bring it down, but I could not find it anywhere. I had a distinct recollection of having left it on the little table beside my bed when I had come up after Miss Trelawney's going on duty into the sick room. It was very strange, for the book was not of a kind that any of the servants would be likely to take. I had to come back and explain to the others that I could not find it. When Dr. Winchester had gone, Mr. Corbeck, who seemed to know the Dutchman's work by heart, talked the whole matter over with me. I told him that I was interrupted by a change of nurses, just as I had come to the description of the ring. He smiled as he said, "So far as that is concerned, you need not be disappointed. Not in Van Hyne's time, nor for nearly 2 centuries later, could the meaning of that engraving have been understood. It was only when the work was taken up and followed by Young and Champollion, by Birch and Lepsius and Rosellini and Salvolini, by Mariette Bay, and by Wally's Budge and Flinders Petrie, and the other scholars of their times, that great results ensued, and that the true meaning of hieroglyphic was known. Later I shall explain to you, if Mr. Trelawney does not explain it himself, or if he does not forbid me to, what it means in that particular place. I think it will be better for you to know what followed Van Hyne's narrative, for with the description of the stone and the account of his bringing it to Holland at the termination of his travels, the episode ends. Ends so far as his book is concerned. The chief thing about the book is that it sets others thinking and acting. Amongst them were Mr. Trelawney and myself. Mr. Trelawney is a good linguist of the Orient, but he does not know northern tongues. As for me, I have a faculty for learning languages, and when I was pursuing my studies in Leyden, I learned Dutch, so that I might more easily make references in the library there. Thus it was that at the very time when Mr. Trelawney, who, in making his great collection of works on Egypt, had, through a bookseller's catalogue, acquired this volume with the manuscript translation, was studying it, I was reading another copy in original Dutch in Leiden. We were both struck by the description of the lonely tomb in the rock, cut so high up as to be inaccessible to ordinary seekers, with all means of reaching it carefully obliterated, and yet with such an elaborate ornamentation of the smoothed surface of the cliff as Van Hine has described. It also struck us both as an odd thing, for in the years between Van Hine's time and our own, the general knowledge of Egyptian curios and records has increased marvelously, that in the case of such a tomb, made in such a place, and which must have cost an immense sum of money, there was no seeming record or effigy to point out who lay within. Moreover, the very name of the place, the Valley of the Sorcerer, had, in a prosaic age, attractions of its own. When we met, which we did through his seeking the assistance of other Egyptologists in his work, we talked over this as we did over many other things, and we determined to make search for the mysterious valley. Whilst we were waiting to start on the travel, for many things were required which Mr. Trelawney undertook to see to himself, I went to Holland to try if I could by any traces verify Van Hine's narrative. I went straight to Hoorn and set patiently to work to find the house of the traveler and his descendants, if any. I need not trouble you with details of my seeking and finding. Hoorn is a place that has not changed much since Van Hine's time, except that it has lost the place which it held amongst commercial cities. Its externals are such as they had been then. In such a sleepy old place, a century or two does not count for much. I found the house and discovered that none of the descendants were alive. I searched records, but only to one end: death and extinction. Then I set me to work to find what had become of his treasures, for that such a traveler must have had great treasures was apparent. I traced a good many to museums in Leiden, Utrecht, and Amsterdam, and some few to the private houses of rich collectors. At last, in the shop of an old watchmaker and jeweler at Hoorn, I found what he considered his chiefest treasure, a great ruby, carven like a scarab, with 7 stars, and engraven with hieroglyphics. The old man did not know hieroglyphic character, and in his old world, sleepy life, the philological discoveries of recent years had not reached him. He did not know anything of Van Hine, except that such a person had been, and that his name was, during 2 centuries, venerated in the town as a great traveler. He valued the jewel as only a rare stone, spoiled in part by the cutting, and though he was at first loth to part with such an unique gem, he became amenable ultimately to commercial reason. Had a full purse since I bought for Mr. Trelawney, who is, as I suppose you know, immensely wealthy. I was shortly on my way back to London with the star ruby safe in my pocketbook, and in my heart a joy and exultation which knew no bounds, for here we were with proof of Van Hyne's wonderful story. The jewel was put in security in Mr. Trelawney's great safe, and we started out on our journey of exploration in full hope. Mr. Trelawney was, at the last, loth to leave his young wife, whom he dearly loved. But she, who loved him equally, knew his longing to prosecute the search. So, keeping to herself, as all good women do, all her anxieties, which in her case were special, she bade him follow out his bent,